see, it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes, I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
God damn it, God damn it.
Yeah!
So boring.
Well, so how many high school boys does it take to change a light bulb?
Want to light up your life? Yeah! Have those Slim Jim! Turn to the spice! Baby, cookie dice! Need a long statement? Step into a Slim Jim!
Arthritis and true and choose. Dynamic dudes. AARP recruits. All the young dudes clinging to youth. Dynamic dudes. Hard to live the truth. All the young dudes make Observer News. Dynamic dudes write Observer News. All the young dudes, time to face the truth. Dynamic dudes. Just act your age, motherfuckers.
Call Stephen P. News. If you need to sue. outlaw mud show or two. Still to the rest.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, I am your host, the infallible. A little late there. The infallible Phil Marks. That's Phil S. Marks.
You are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
And it is time for PWT Live. How's everybody doing, man? I hope you guys have been having a good week. Memba Monday went down. It was a fun one. My friend JJ Alexander came on that show, and we talked some shit. We reacted to some botches and whatnot. And then we have this show tonight that is jam-packed. CM Punk WWE rumors cause a bunch of meltdowns. AEW Dynamite is just boring. No one gives a shit. AEW people go, WWE is so lifeless. AEW's lifeless as well, okay? It's just making it to pay-per-view to pay-per-view. We need to just get AEW to whittle it down to like a few, like even if they want to go 6, like once every 2 months, a big super indie pay-per-view. That'd be way better. And they should start banking on YouTube and stuff. We're going to talk about that. Steve Maclin quits TNA. Okay? Quits. TNA, which is quite shocking. Mila Grace also recently left, so we'll talk a bit about Steve Maclin. Of course, this is coming off of the back of him getting like kayfabe fired or whatever, and then he's like actually fired. So it's kind of crazy. And yes, I am Phil Marks. You, of course, are the PWT Universe. Round of applause for you all for being the best audience in the land. And guys, make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe, make sure you check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. There's been some drops on there, and there will be another one for this week by the end of the week for sure. And yeah, you get access to the live shows and all of that too. And they don't go edited. If anything gets clipped out of the YouTube version, it's over there on Patreon. So consider supporting or sending in a super chat like Ray J's World 6852 for 10 says, with AEW putting indies on my AEW, WWE should work with TNA to put WWE ID aligned indies on TNA Plus. WWE and TNA need to kneecap AEW at every angle. So you're a full-blown, you're like, fuck AEW, dude, they got to get them, you know, and WWE should kneecap them, you know, do this, just pull the same moves. Now, I will argue against what you're saying in this way. You can't be reactionary to AEW, and WWE's really not. Okay, they do shit. They instigate. Sure, if you want to make that argument, they'll run on the same night, whatever. I don't think they're very much reactionary unless it's because, again, like even if you work in WWE, you know, the IWC, they just think you're like fucking some mental dum-dum, like Penta can't think for himself and stuff, and he's brainwashed too and shit. It's crazy. So obviously, yes, like let's say Penta watches the AEW pay-per-view, and then he goes out there against like fucking Gable or something, and they go and have a banger on a Raw after a pay-per-view, like an AEW pay-per-view. Sure, I'm willing to accept like maybe that's a little reactionary from the workers, but like WWE is just this giant, and that is what has made it feel a little soulless. AEW, if you want to use that term that everybody's been using, AEW though is just it feels like there's nothing big happening in AEW, and especially how Dave just laid out. Well, Kenny's gonna win in Montreal, and then Ospreay's gonna win, and it's Ospreay Omega, and the way he just laid out what's going to happen, and it's just like, okay, that I don't know. There's no motion. It hasn't been fun in a long time. They put on a good pay-per-view, and everyone was fucking flipping out, and it's shit nobody's talking about. There's zero motion. None of it parlayed to the show well. And we're going to get into all of that and more. And thank you for your support. Thank you for everybody's support. Consider becoming a member for 99 cents or super chatting in or patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. If you want to support the show, those are my plugs. And I just went off on my own rant. To answer what you're saying or just to comment on what you're saying, Ray J, should they kneecap them? No, don't be reaction. Who gives a fuck? TNA Plus might not even be a goddamn thing. TNA should work with indies and feature it on TNA Plus. But you know what? WWE, I think, is going to swoop in and own TNA by the end of, let me see, when is this deal? TNA TV deal, AMC length. Do we know? First run. Early 2029. Yeah, by 29, WWE is just going to roll in and buy TNA and buy their library, and they'll own TNA Plus and all that shit. I just wouldn't worry about it. Like, here's the thing you got to remember. Tony Khan's like got to go beg for AEW to land places, or he's just got to go on YouTube or whatever. And he'll do his own network, My AEW. Well, guess what? WWE already had their own network. That's like passe. That's like old shit. I know we all want the network back, but they want to make money. So there's bidding wars and demand for WWE. Okay. Tone goes and rents the building, right? That's the big major difference that people need to understand. They do a show in Wembley. Okay. They rented the building that night. If WWE does it, You have mayors and shit who are going to fucking run their campaigns around that, and they're going to pay them money and bid for it and then give them crazy tax breaks. Well, I mean, AEW gets that too. That's really like any entertainment thing, but I digress. Rabid Wolverine Killer 17 for 5 says, what happens, Tony Khan broken into your house and eat all your food? What are you going to do? Well, he wouldn't do that because he's a goddamn billionaire. So I don't quite know what you're asking. And it all depends. Was it just Tone? Or
He had Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
If Cuervo's there, too, then I don't know. It might just be a good time. No, listen, I don't even know what you're asking, but what would I do? I would fucking call the cops. Lock him up. Okay, so let's get into it's just a funny question that popped me. So let's get into some stuff, guys. Okay, we have miscellaneous news we're gonna get into first here, and oh yeah, we do have a Wacko segment that I want to get to as well, a WWE Wacko segment, which is the same thing as a Sicko segment. Of course, Sicko segment has always been the Sicko folder, and Phil Marks bookmarks has always been Sicko / Wackos. So, we're gonna do some Wackos, okay? And that's gonna be fun. So stay locked in, and ratings wars, of course. So stay locked in. An amazing fucking show tonight, and everybody sip of coffee or whatever you're drinking, water, and let's get right into things, okay? And sorry for the glitch out in the intro. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. So
let's talk about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for miscellaneous news, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Be gone.
So Jonathan Gresham was at GCW doing some crazy shit.
With some gusto. Oh, shooting star press through the glass.
Shooting star press through the glass.
Oh, shooting star through the glass.
Like craziness, madness. So Charles Mason of HOG Wrestling, I'm over it now, says world heavyweight champion, and in that time, each of these people have failed to take this from me. And he eclipsed 1 year. He's been the champ for 1 year. So Charles Mason has taken out Zilla, Carlito, man like Darius twice, Desmond Xavier, Cedric Alexander, what? Mustafa Ali, what? Ray Horace, who? Andrade, what? Brian Keith, Dijak, Michael Oku, John Gresham, Joey Silver. So not John Silver, but Joey Silver. So good for him, and shout out HOG making moves, doing the damn thing. Speaking of the indies and making moves, Sidney Akeem was at a baseball game, and he is, I guess, going by a shoot named Sidney Bateman, and he was Soleil, and he was, who else? What was the name? Reggie, Scripps, all these different names he had. But he's going by not WWE superstar, pro wrestler, anything like that, acrobatics coach. Sidney Akeem here doing flips. He flips a whole baseball field. Does that not fucking like get you amped? If I was at a baseball game drunk seeing a dude do that, I'd be like, holy shit. That's got to get him a role doing mocap in a video game, or a fucking hired on the next Mortal Kombat or some shit. That was crazy. One of the most underutilized guys in WWE, man, in my opinion. Speaking of things outside of WWE, New Japan Pro Wrestling announced a collaboration between the Knockout Brothers and Under Armour. So there you go. And these guys rejected working with WWE. The rumors are they had offers and they decided to stay in Nuge. I'm not sure if that's entirely true. And some of that shit might not matter in the near future. You know what I mean?
Konnan!
So we move along here, and Tyler Mane a good Canadian fellow here who played Michael Myers in the Rob Zombie version of Halloween, which I liked the first one. The second one, I wasn't about it. He also played Sabretooth in the original X-Men, like before that guy Liev Schreiber or whatever the fuck his name is, took it over. Shiver, whatever his last name is. He was like the original Sabretooth. You know, the one where like Senator Kelly, he like gets turned into gelatin and then he fucking slides through the bars of Magneto's island lair. And then like Sabretooth goes to like turn around and Magneto shuts the bars on his face and it bums, you know. You guys know what I'm talking about. Prime OG Sabretooth. And he was a former WCW wrestler. And he announced that he has breast cancer. So prayers for him and his family. I don't know. I didn't know, like, okay, that happened to a dude. It's like kind of insert joke here, but it's actually kind of sad. Okay. But he was a fucking amazing as Mike Myers. And I thought that Michael Myers, he was amazing in that role. And I thought the first Rob Zombie Halloween was fucking chef's kiss. The second one, I don't know what was going on there, but he, to me, is the best Sabretooth. He's in a bunch of other shit too, if you actually look it up. If you actually look that shit up, Tyler Mane, I mean, we don't got to go through his whole thing, but he was the shape, dude. You never take that away from him. You know what I mean? So we move along here, and we're going to talk about MLW a little bit, but we're kind of touching on legends and WWE here. So the Glamour Girls, Glamour Girls to receive the Cauliflower Alley Tag Team Award. Okay, so shout them out. We'll give that a heart and a retweet, even though it's the Observer. That's good for them. And Kaylee Ray, a.k.a. or FKA rather, Alba Fire, says her WWE contract expired. Now, I thought this was interesting. It could have been in WWE news, but she's a fucking indie darling again now, I guess. We'll just leave it in indies news, miscellaneous news. But Kaylee Ray, she reveals that her contract actually expired. So again, it's like, oh, the mass talent cuts, the mass talent releases. It's like her shit came up and she had a choice to renew. Well, they offered her less money. Okay, whatever. Like, you're not, why are you pocket watching? You guys always say that about AEW wrestlers. So Alba Fire, or Kaylee Ray, pardon me, I might have said, because who's the other one? Kylie Ray. I might have called her that by accident. I apologize, okay? Either way, Alba Fire. Let's just sorry, it's gonna stick with you forever, okay? I was in the mall the other day and I saw a fucking Stardust action figure. That ain't leaving Cody Rhodes, you know? You're Alba Fire now. But she says, for me, it happens. There seems to be a pattern with this. My contract was up. She says, I knew it was coming up and I had the decision of whether I wanted to stay or not. I know some of the other people got fired and they have the 90-day clause because mine was just contract ending. It means I didn't have the 90 days and I was able to come and do this, do it as like kind of a surprise, but I know it wasn't really a surprise, but yeah, really. Well, she got a monster pop. We played it on the last show. I should have saved it and played this clip now, but she just said, I had fun, honestly, from start to end. So her contract fucking expired and she decided I'm not going to renew. So when people are like, oh, they fucking ruined the Secret Hervis, blame her. Blame Piper Niven for getting hurt. No. So Memphis City Council renaming street near Treadwell Middle School after Jerry the King Lawler. And it's going to be called Puppies Avenue. But yeah, they're going to call it Jerry the King Lawler Way. No, I'm joking. Let's check out No DQ and see what the actual street is going to be called. Lawler, who was 76, became a prominent figure in the Memphis wrestling scene throughout his work in the Continental Wrestling Association, blah, blah, blah. We already know. So what are they calling it? Okay. Well, there was a unanimous vote regardless. And yeah, they're going to name it fucking Lawler Ave or some shit. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Dude, I was at the store and I saw fucking, speaking of toys and shit, I saw like extensions to Monopoly where there's like side games, like you get sent to prison and you can do like prison shit in prison before you go into the other stuff and get out of jail or whatever. I was like, this is amazing. I even saw drinking Monopoly. Couldn't believe it. Almost bought a board. How could you not? So let's get into some more miscellaneous news here. So MLW Fusion this Saturday, I'll definitely be watching. Killer Kross defends his MLW World Heavyweight Championship against Matt Riddle in a rematch between these two. And yeah, MLW Fusion is doing the damn thing. And Killer Kross was actually on the Ariel Helwani show to discuss what's going on in MLW these days as of late.
So how is MLW these days?
It's fun. It's fun. And for me, it's everything because I want that time in the ring. You know, you can do a
Now, what he's about to say is so key. Just listen to this.
You can do a match. Everybody's doing a match on the show, right? But to have a story and to be able to pay that off in a big way, these are the moments, you know, working towards moments, creating moments, not just going through the moves. We use the moves to tell the story, you know, and yes, there's always the story of one guy wins and one guy loses. But if you have 6 of those stories that are the exact same thing on the show, they don't land the same with the audience. That's just the way it is, right? So to have the ability to tell those stories for them, it's everything to me right now.
So how is
hell yeah. So Ariel Helwani's a big Killer Kross mark, and for the people who are constantly bugging out about like Helwani's a shill and all this shit, I don't know, man. He just puts wrestling like everyone's got excuses for why he's like nice to Tone and shit. He was always nice to Tone. Okay, Ariel Helwani was always nice to him. It's just he gave him a weird, shitty fucking interview. And then people spurged out like Dave Meltzer because they're like, well, he knows Nick Khan. So everyone who knows Nick Khan is in WWE's pocket and fucking hates Tony Khan. But it's like, whoa, dude, way to project, you know? And so he's putting MLW on, you know, Helwani's going to talk to people who are interesting, and also Killer Kross. Like a lot of people don't like the dude. I think he's legit in jiu-jitsu and shit. Like he was on Eddie Bravo's fucking podcast talking conspiracies and shit. Talking about fucking 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu and stuff. So Mo Moon has been a member for 15 months. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the fucking support. PWT. Max Moon's brother, Mo Moon. Yeah, Konnan. So we move along here. And Killer Kross actually had this to say about WWE and how Triple H never reached out to him. And shout out the Ariel Helwani show, by the way. I believe Uncrowned and the boys in the back. And Killer Kross, man, he's like, Triple H never reached out to me, and that kind of hurt. And yeah, dude, that's gotta suck, you know?
So
and you didn't hear from him?
No.
Even in the aftermath?
No.
Does that bother you?
It did. But I just try to tell myself that there are things going on that are so strange that might not occur to you, that perhaps he's no longer in a position to speak to the talent anymore once they exit. Because I'm not an isolated situation. And it's not at all to throw shade at him at all, but like.
So do you hear, like, this is what I'm talking about. This is how a reasonable, like the dirt sheets, they didn't call him. But listen to Killer Kross, what he's saying. He's like, dude, there's probably things. It's not like he didn't have that line of communication at work every week. It's not like he worked there and he couldn't get a hold of Triple H. Okay? But it's like afterwards, he's sitting there going, I'm not the only one who was close with Triple H, but all of a sudden I can't get a phone call. And why? Well, because all of the fucking morons and again, the dirt sheet media and all of these fucking, They're going to write stories about contract tampering and all of these things. Okay. And WWE, we're going to talk about it in a bit. They're like settling lawsuits and all this stuff. They just don't want to deal with that. Absolutely. Right? Like they say, we don't listen to social media. Everyone melts down. How dare we not listen to social media? They can't even just be like, we don't listen to that noise to try and avoid the noise. Right? So they just, I didn't even think of this. I didn't even consider this personally. Okay? Because I'm a goddamn dummy. Yeah. Well, no, who really thought of this? Who's got this thing? Other than Kross, and he goes, I don't know. And what does he mean by this? Well, there's other people I've talked to who are close with him, and fucking he can't call them after they're released. He might not legally be allowed to, right? Like legally, that might be like a TKO company policy now, and because they don't want to get felted legally or whatever. So I didn't even consider that, and that could be, again, I'm not like looking for an excuse. Like, yeah, Triple H, you could call him, I'm sure, personally, but also at what point is there then like conflict of interest when you don't know, like what if Kross was talking to Tone already and then he calls and then it fucking gets blown up in the media that, you know, it's this, we know what the dirt sheets do, and I just don't think they want to deal with that shit. So Kross, being a level-headed, reasonable individual who worked there, he would know better than us. He fucking worked there. So he's like, I don't know. It might not, I don't know if he's legally able to. So I just try to take it that way, you know, but obviously it does suck. Like, let's face it, Triple H wanted to push this guy and whatnot. Anyways, let's let him explain it.
I don't think anyone understands the nature of his position. I think everyone just.
And Dunn did what now? Has been a member for 12 months.
I don't know.
Let's fucking go.
Thinks he's just the boss and there's nothing attached to that.
And it's just another day in the life of the goddamn boss. I
think there's a whole new hierarchy of.
We can't get through this one today.
Things above him that he has to answer to, and perhaps maybe he's even told not to contact the talent afterwards.
Really?
Maybe,
yeah.
Maybe. It's all a lot of maybes, right? But it did bother me. I will tell you, it bothered me very, very much.
As someone who was, you know, again, a byproduct of, I think, maybe his best run when people were really believing like, wow, this guy is a great booker. I still believe that he's a great booker, head of creative, whatever you want to call him.
Same.
I was on Eric Bischoff's podcast last week, and I was like, I don't know.
See, like the IWC, he's fucking terrible. And I get it. When you're there working there, you might not be able to, I don't know. There's an analogy I'm looking for, but I'm too stupid to think of it right now. You are too close to it. So you might not like be able to look at it perhaps like a fan would, like from an outsider's perspective, you know? And I get that. But again, like all the wrestlers respect him and everybody fucking, you know, but meanwhile, you look at what the wrestlers say about a Tony Khan, for instance, and they all make it clear, like, oh yeah, he's a nice guy. He's offering good money, less dates. Mick Foley said it too. He said all this stuff before and after, but he just quickly fit in one sentence. And I mean, I'd have to work 6 times in WWE to make what I'm making to work one time or whatever he said in AEW. It's like, well, there you go. So there's just money marking him in. So you look at how people talk about, like, nobody's come out and been like, Tony Khan's a creative force. No one said that. Shivani said once, Tone does like the creative stuff, but the only glazing you hear of the creative is when one of the boys like Jericho or a Moxley book themselves into shit that people perceive does well. We know Punk was doing whatever the fuck he wanted. We know that for a fact. He fucking was running a whole fucking show. He was the boss of a whole fucking show. Boss. I got the fresh outfit. Plus I got a 7 with the 454 and I don't even remember the words. That bitch got 125 on the dash. I'm the biggest boss that you've seen thus far. But Punk was like the boss of Collision and shit. We know he was booking his own shit. So, and then like RJ City with Tony Storm, he gets glazed because it's like, well, they were doing awesome stuff with Tony Storm. You've never heard someone come out and be like, Tone's just a creative force. He's a great booker, tremendous. And like people do say, oh, he's a tremendous booker, Eric. But like, he's not really. Well, he's a great matchmaker. That's the other cope. Well, anyone's a good matchmaker, right? Like anyone can pick 2 wrestlers and be like, oh, it's a great match. It's on the wrestlers to deliver though. Sometimes the greatest wrestlers don't have good chemistry and shit. Anyways, I'm going off on a tangent.
Where to place the blame, but I feel like there are things happening above him and you know, pressures and whatnot that tie his hands. Like, because I don't understand how you could be so good at it 2 years ago, 2023 on fire, 2024 was great, that WrestleMania in Philly, and then now the product is what it is. And so what do you think? You know him better than me. Do you think that he is being forced to do certain things that he wouldn't have done when he was, you know, off on the side doing his own thing with NXT? Or do you think that maybe he lost his fastball, as they say?
I would, if I had to guess, I would say that there are people who call things in and he has to make the best of what they want to play out on television and the PLEs.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my guess. And I base that on pattern recognition. And that's a thing that has become very prevalent, especially with like Gen Z. When it comes to entertainment, if you're creating something episodic with continuity, when continuity fails, there's a red light that goes off.
It gets nitpicked to shit. Look at what happened to Stranger Things and Conformity Gate. You had people online going, I study law, and law fucking would say they registered and filed this. This whole show you've been watching is one long promotional ad for a major event. That's what people thought for Stranger Things. It's like, whoa. You know, or people go the other direction and they're like, the Duffer Brothers are hacks and they fucking suck. And it's like, well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle. And maybe there are plot holes. And maybe the whole time they were doing little things to fuck with things in the background to make us think. And now when we look back, we go, holy shit. And it just backfired on them. You know, you can't call them hacks. They made fucking Stranger Things, you know? So I don't know, man. Killer Kross is on point with everything he's saying. Okay?
People go, what happened here?
And this is what happens to wrestling. And in other mediums, like, people become fucking sickos and wackos over it too. When it comes to plot holes and little detail. This is what happened to the MCU. They started spreading way too thin and not paying off like, hey, you did a Shang-Chi movie. If this was phase 1, it would have all connected to something that I can kind of puzzle piece together, and then you swerve me a couple times throughout Infinity War and Endgame, but deliver sort of what I needed to happen, but you tell such a good story that I don't know that we're for surely going to get there, right? But like, that Iron Man's going to fucking, spoilers, going to fucking wipe out Thanos. Like, it started with Iron Man, right? They get to Endgame, and then after Endgame, it's just like, here's a guy, here's another character you like, here's another character you like. None of it connects. And then we're like, what the fuck is the Endgame with all of this? And not in a good way. And like, that's also why the MCU, like, yes, we're a bunch of the shows like subpar and shit, absolutely. But that's, you know, Killer Kross is on point. And with the pattern recognition, people just complain about it way fucking more. And that is why I feel like the sickos and wackos in the IWC are so fucking just on top of every little fucking thing constantly, you know?
Especially with wrestling. You know, back in the day, you hear about guys on punishment.
Pro wrestling is real life comic books, right? Like, continuity is continuity. There's no new 52. It's even crazier because at least in comic books, you can be like, hey, new 52. We're reintroducing all the heroes. They're all the same, but they're kind of different. And some of them are amalgamations of these two different versions that we're going to take characteristics from this person and this person, make it this version of Green Lantern, who's sort of, his name's Hal Jordan, but he's a mix of both of these or whatever, right? So you can't be like absolute universe, right? And a big part of pro wrestling is like, we don't like to be treated stupid as far as pretending like what happens in another fed has no bearing or weight towards what's happening in this fed. Maybe less now. I don't know. I wonder, maybe chat can let me know how they feel about that. I feel like people are more okay to have WWE pretend it's in its own lane and not bring up AEW, and then AEW do the same when it comes to WWE, because AEW doesn't even say WWE like at the fucking press conferences anymore. They completely avoid even saying it. And the journalists who go there are told not to say WWE, but to say like, you have some competition. That's what they say now. So I wonder if we're kind of regressing in that way, but you know, Ric Flair shows up in the Fed in the 90s, and you're like, that's Ric fucking Flair. You don't want them to pretend it's not, right? Change someone's name, whatever, but like, you got to acknowledge what they've done in the past and leading up to this shit. So in comic books, it's the same way. It's all canon. It's all continuity. It's one fucking timeline. You can look at Batman now and Bruce Wayne, and you can look at him at the very beginning, and it fucking, there's been minor tweaks and retcons and whatnot, but you can trace these guys' lineage, all these characters back, and it's all canon. There's one sacred timeline, and pro wrestling is very much that way. But as I mentioned before, it doesn't just like what happens in Marvel has no weight for DC unless there's like a crossover event. But in pro wrestling, what matters in, let's say, even in AEW or TNA, that does matter in WWE overall. It really does. And vice versa. What happens in WWE matters to all the other feds. So there's that difference as well. And it's like a real life thing you buy tickets to every fucking week. So yeah, like people are going to be staunch and uptight about the stories and character continuity and stuff. And that's what pisses me off about AEW more than anything, is there's no like repercussions. There's no character development. It's just like all of a sudden the Bucks are like, I think we're good guys again. And then Mox is like a good guy, not putting plastic bags on people's heads, but, you know, fighting evil Shane Taylor, but still, like, I don't know. You need like progression. You need like everything's in canon, so everything needs an explanation. Everything needs to be fleshed out. Anyways, Killer Kross is on point. I'm marking out over his interview.
Well, suddenly this push is killed, and then you hear months later he got in trouble outside of wrestling, so they didn't feel like they could depend on him, or he hurt somebody, he dropped somebody in the head or something. You know, now that there's new players involved, when there's a failure of continuity and people don't like it, it removes people from the suspension of disbelief, that entertainment. You know what I mean? I
hate the fact that they just ignore that Alba Fire's gone. And like, bar some incredible emergency, Kairi Sane's just gone. Like, that's insulting to your intelligence. If you were just watching a show and all of a sudden fucking, you know, you're watching, well, it kind of happened. You're watching, like, I guess it does happen in TV sometimes. You know, you're watching like Boy Meets World, and then Mingus is just gone one season, and you're like, what the fuck?
That's him.
It fucking sucks when that happens.
He has his own patterns that I think were aligned.
I was trying to think of an example. I could
with what the audience mostly wanted to see. And that's,
you know, you're like watching Batman, and then like Katie Holmes is all of a sudden Maggie Gyllenhaal, and you're like, what happened here?
Speaking as a person who used to work for him, and I knew when he could call all of his shots, and I had an idea of when he couldn't. And to me, this looks like a situation where he can't call all of his shots. And I don't mean that disrespectfully at all.
Damn, exposed. Hunter Hearst exposed by Killer Kross. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
It's the first Aunt Vivian, exactly. Ray J's World for Too Sweet says, what is up with AEW on Tubi stuff? We're going to talk about that. So stay locked in. Stay right here. Stay locked in. And Ray J's World for 5 says, I get the feeling AEW is on Tubi for TK to tell off Wackos. I think it's there because he's going to go to YouTube My AEW, and it's all the old shows. So Tubi's just a way to promote My AEW on old episodes of content. And maybe you're like a lapsed AEW fan. Because if we're to believe like, nah, man, they're losing viewers, then there has to be some lapsed AEW fans. So we need to promote My AEW and maybe get some of those folks because it's for free, and they might whip on an old show and go, I wonder what AEW's at. You know what I mean? I think that's the play. Just promoting AEW on Tubi, because here's the thing with Tubi. Anyone can put a show on Tubi, and then if the ad revenue does a certain amount, then Tubi keeps a percentage of it, and then you're allowed to keep uploading shit. Like, I don't think you can just like spam a show on there, but like they'll test it, and if it does good enough numbers, then they'll let you keep putting shit on there, and they just keep like a percentage of the ad revenue or whatever the fuck. So Tone will just use it to promote My AEW, get everybody over to My AEW. He's going to make the My AEW, YouTube, Tubi, all of that. That's the play moving forward. That's my uneducated guess, I suppose, right? To be or not to be. So I know WWE like has some shit on there, but again, they're just kind of doing, I'm sure that's like, well, I don't fucking know. Does Tubi shill out money though? Do they go to WWE and like, hey, we love some of your programming. We're not offering a lot of money, but it's like John Cena has a Tubi show or Roku show or whatever, right? And it's called like What's Driving You, and why? Well, because they get to say, check out Roku, like the ads on the sides of the Roku TVs and shit, or your smart TV, and it'll be like, check out Roku. Then it's John Cena's face, and then he makes this show, and it probably is very low production cost. He can film a season probably in a fucking week of his time, and then he probably does decent on that, and they might have even broke him off a bit of money, and then they just go, we'll keep a bit of the ad revenue, you keep the rest. And he's like, fuck yeah, I can just film a season, and then it's like my own show. So I can start cataloging like I did 10 seasons of my own show. That's what a bunch of these celebs are going to start doing, man. I'm fucking telling you right now. It's already happening. So I'm okay with it going to Tubi. We'll talk about that. So let's get into, guys, we have some, before we get into AEW news, let's get into some let's get into some TNA news. And with this, oh yeah, I forgot to tease at the start of the show. You know how people are hearing rumors about Punk? Well, I heard a fucking rumor too about him. And we're going to talk about that during the like anybody could, if I tweeted it out, people would just be like, oh, this guy thinks he's a fucking dirt sheet now. That's what would happen. So random people can just make shit up now, and dirt sheets are going to run with the stories and stuff. It's fucking crazy. It's nutty, bro. Right? But I do an interview with Nicolo Piccolo. Nobody's going for at Pro Wrestle Times. He fucking denied this or whatever. None of the sheets are running with any of that. And like, I'm sorry, you can hate Nicolo Piccolo. He's way more credible than random Twitter accounts. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. The dirt sheets are fucking cooked. And we're going to talk about that. And yeah, your boy Phil is going off today, guys. So we got a great turnout tonight too. So hit like, hit retweet, hit heart, and patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times if you want to support, or you can like super chat in or become a member for 99 cents. I do weekly bonus shows. Okay, let's get into the next segment. We got TNA news here, and there's not a lot. It's just the one story, but it is incredibly juicy, in my opinion. And guys, we need our aces and eights in chat. Sorry, guys. StreamYard kicked me off my own fucking show, which is just magical when that happens. I got booted from my own shit, so hopefully nobody went anywhere. And I got fucking booted again. What's going on? Mo Moon for 2 sweet. Sorry, guys. This is StreamYard's bad. I hope nobody's gone anywhere. I hope everybody's still watching my goddamn failure of a show. There's still a bunch of people on X watching, thank God. And on YouTube, it's a massive drop-off of like 20 people. What the fuck? All good though, guys. All good. All good. We're back. I have no idea what happened. StreamYard just kicking me out of my own shit. Let's go over here to TNA news where I was trying to go. And I'm going to also talk to my friend Mo Moon for 2 sweet, who says, just put AEW on C-SPAN already. Dude, it would be less entertaining than the people. No, I don't mean to talk shit like that, but come on, man. Like, they built up this match on Collision for Moxley to be in Cincy and fucking fight Shane Taylor, STP. See, we got people showing up. Everybody tell a friend, retweet, hit like, all of you got to support. They're booting me off. Okay. Hopefully this is good now. Jesus Christ, I apologize. What is everybody? Round of applause for the PWT. Okay, we should be good now. We should actually be good now. I hope. It said Chrome updated and shit, so maybe that's what was happening. I have no fucking idea what was happening or what was going on. I need everybody to like and share this terrible show around. They don't want me. They don't want us to fucking tell the news. They don't want us to tell the truth about CM Punk. They don't want us to know the truth. Everybody's here. We lost like 10 people overall. Probably on X, we probably lost a bunch. No, we're actually at the same number of listeners. So shout out the people on X. Shout out the community on YouTube too. We're coming back. Fire your production team. Yes, I will see myself to the door. Ray J's World for Two Sweet says Brittany Brooks should replace Myla Grace on TNA. Well, I'm trying to talk about that, God damn it, but something's happening. I'm thinking it could be my fucking internet and the weather. Dude, it's been storming here like fucking, it's been weeks now. So I think we got like one nice day in there. Yes, everybody's coming back. Okay, so let's get into now. Sorry, I am your host, Phil S. Marks. That was the intro that we just watched before, that you guys just partook in before. I tried to play you guys music too while I refreshed everything, and it wasn't working. I'm like, what the fuck? So I thought it was StreamYard because I'm clicking everything and nothing's playing, and I'm just like, what the hell is going on? So I think we're back. We do need aces and eights in chat, because it is time. Well, the audience is like fully back, pretty much. So this rules. You guys rule. I appreciate it. It's time for TNA news. Steve Maclin and Myla Grace released. We talked about Myla Grace before. She had a great look. They weren't really doing terribly too much with her. Steve Maclin had this to say. And before I actually read this, I would like to just reiterate how he got kayfabe fired. And then people, like, they played it like it was a shoot. And then he came back, had that match. Some people did think it was a shoot. Some people were saying his contract was coming up. The thing with TNA is they do a lot of, like, 3-month deals, 6-month deals, 9-month deals. I thought they were going to get away from doing that once the AMC money hit. But that is not the case. They have just kept doing these fucking shorter deals, I guess, because Daria Ray, Sonya Deville's is up right away, too. So Maclin must have, like, re-signed then. And then he did, he was there for a few more months, did that angle where he fucking got fired or whatever. And then now he says this. Last week, I requested my release from TNA. I put my blood, sweat, and tears in everything I've done over the last 5 years, and I'll always be thankful for my time there. But now it's time to stack bodies. See you soon. So what do I think he does? I think,
oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I think that Tone is going to scoop him up and he's going to go be in AEW with his wife. Where's my Tony Khan, the best guy? Where the fuck are my sounds? God damn it. The worst goddamn show ever, okay? Listen, he is going to show up.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
He's going to show up in AEW. Tone likes to take shots at TNA, and AEW likes to take shots at TNA, and that is going to persist. And he's going to scoop up Maclin. Macklin's going to get like a TNT title shot, and then Maclin is going to be forgotten about and in Ring of Honor with his wife not long after. And they'll do a little program with Johnny Nitro and Tyla Valkyria, Taya Valkyrie or whatever. And that's going to be that. And Maclin, of course, was in NXT before. He didn't quite cut the mustard. I think he could end up doing some indie dates as well, maybe with his wife, but I think we'll get an angle where we get some husband-wife action going on there. in AEW, and I can't imagine he would go anywhere else and ask for his release unless this was on the table, unless he thought I could make more money on the indies right now, / I bet Tone will scoop me up, and even if I'm just in ROH, like whatever, not a big deal. And Tone wants to take those shots at TNA right now. Is this a loss? I don't know. He is like a name for them. Like he's one of their guys. And it's not like he's going to become this mega star, but he is a TNA guy where you're like, well, Steve Maclin's kind of cool if you turn on the show, but obviously they don't really have plans for him. There's a few people like SDL with a $sign ho and Manser. It was like, okay, they're going to really run with these guys. People weren't really feeling the Manser stuff. SDL, I thought she'd stick around there for sure, but they took off too. And now they're or at least Manser's in Ring of Honor. So Mance Warner is in Ring of Honor, just chilling, doing his thing. So I think Maclin would be fine doing that. Him and his wife just chilling, collecting a check. At this point, like at some point in your life, yeah, you want to wrestle, but fucking Tone will give you the money to chill. Don't you just want to chill? I just want to chill. So this is banging my fucking head against the desk. You guys are showing tremendous support for truly the fucking whole TNA news segment just got botched there. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is but yeah, shout out Steve Maclin too. Whatever he decides to do, it's gonna be good for him and his family, I'm sure. And he obviously sees more money on the table doing something else. And also maybe he does just want to wrestle a bunch and shit. It makes sense. So guys, we need some... Do I set a whole poll for this? I don't know. I was going to say some audience participation. What do we want? Do we want to do AEW news next, or do we want to do WWE news next? You guys got to let me know. Just type WWE or AEW. What do you guys want? And in the meantime, Chris Jericho. Get your votes in, WWE or AEW. Oh, let's go. Hey. Oh, yeah. AEW, WWE, let me know. We're tied right now. The girl he was before. Let's go. Show me the way, yeah.
It's like
go! Okay, so that was the best part of the show so far. So what do you guys want? I'm seeing more WWE. A little bit more WWEs will go to WWE. Unless someone last minute convinces me. But I think we're going that Jericho break. Some people are saying Jericho is technically AEW. And we did see him. They opened the show with him. They opened Dynamite with him, okay? Let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, WWE news, okay? Just because you guys were more vocal, like one Chris Jericho. So let's head over here to this folder, and let's hit a breaking news. It is Worldwide Wrestling Federation. So some crazy shit went down. A flag flew off of WWE headquarters in Stamford and caused a fire when it hit a power line. Jesus Christ. Well, why don't you tell me where the flag was that fateful night during that storm? Well, why don't you tell me what was at the top of Titan Towers that evening? I haven't seen an explosion like that since I was in controlled demolition down in the Baja. I was a Navy SEAL. We were called Frog Team Demo. That was actually the pyro. I have a conspiracy brain. That was Cody Rhodes' pyro going up. Where was Cody Rhodes? Why don't you tell me where Cody Rhodes was? The night of that explosion. So we move along here in another this is and that's in WWE news. WWE filed to trademark Reina Vulcan on June 8th, with the term set to be used as a pro wrestler's name. In English, the term translates to Volcano Queen. Yeah, so someone getting called up or someone getting signed up or, something of the sort. Danhausen was shown on the video screen at the T-Mobile Arena during Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, where he cursed the Carolina Hurricanes. Carolina lost 5-4 in double overtime to the Golden Knights, who now lead the series 2-1. Of course, this was like 4 days ago. But the appearance followed a stretch during the NBA playoffs in which Danhausen cursed the Cavs, who were swept by the Knicks, and uncursed the Knicks, who advanced to the finals. And the Knicks, man, they did lose that game. It was a close one, the last game. Danhausen's not expected to be there for this next game. And the whole thing with the Knicks playing is that they were on a 13-game winning streak. And then after the game, all these videos came out where if you were wearing a Spurs jersey, people were fucking jumping you outside the building. And it's like, New York, get your shit together. What the fuck is going on? So you guys won 13 games in a row. You lose one, you start beating up everyone leaving the fucking game, just because they're in a Spurs jersey. Like, do better. That is cooked. But yeah, if this pays off, let's actually look, man. The Knicks story is way more fucking compelling. So it's tied 2-2. The next game's tomorrow for the Knights and Hurricanes. But if the Knights win and the Knicks win, that's crazy. Danhausen's like fucking, his curses are real. You want to talk about fucking conspiracy theories.
Wrestling's not fake!
And yeah, fuck the Golden Knights. No, I don't hate on them too much. Like, they've been an impressive, like, new franchise, Like, I know they've been in the NHL for a while now. It's like calling AEW a new startup company. Like, I don't know. They've been around for a while, but, like, since their inception, they've been, like, a really good fucking team most of the time. But I'm an Oilers fan, so fuck them. And fuck the Hurricanes too, because if you guys remember in, like, I think it was 05-06, they beat the Oilers in the Stanley Cup final, and that was, the last time we had a fucking team. So I don't know. Oilers have been good the last how many years, but they just fucking choke in the playoffs and choke in the finals and shit. So we move along here, and YouTuber Jesse James West stepped into the ring with WWE's Rhea Ripley and AEW's Buddy Matthews.
Finally, as the morning comes to a close, Rhea goes back into the gym to do wrestling practice with her husband and her best friend. And although I was going to be joining them, the only thing at risk of getting hurt was my feelings.
I didn't try it on. I thought it would look good. Oh my God, I'm seeing myself in a mirror.
I don't even have to say that he's going down. He's already going down, dude. He's already lost.
We haven't even started.
I know.
What the heck?
I know.
Oh! That was not bad.
No, I'm going to run past you.
Are we going with you now?
Yeah.
Swear to God. Go.
Ooh. Oh, there you go.
Best one.
Where's John Cena? I can't see him. Yes. So mommy just demolished me there. Finally,
so she just laid her shoulder in, but also, like, when you bump It's like, oh yeah, that bump, that's not so bad. Okay, do it 4 more times now just for this person's comeback in front of fucking 17,000 people. Like, pro wrestling is no joke, dude. It's really no fucking joke. So here's some more. Here's him taking chops, which is just obligatory. You're a fucking influencer, you get chopped. Oh!
I think yours was the worst. Oh, it stings. No, don't you.
He's legit scared, dude, of Matthews doing it. Matthews a fucking big boy. He's short, but he's a big motherfucker.
No, don't you.
Just this is what's so funny about this. You want to know the funniest part about this whole thing is not only the smile on Buddy's face, but look where he's like, no, don't. And then look how it cuts, and Matthews is holding his fucking ankle. That's like how you get your little brother or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, he's like genuinely trying to kick him away. So they got each of his legs pinned. That is fucking hilarious. You just got to take that shit. Oh, that's good stuff. So WWE, in conjunction with the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation and Legends Global, today announced that Money in the Bank will now take place in New Orleans at the Smoothie King Center, Saturday, October 10th. And that's awesome, man. New Orleans is a fun place, especially for WWE. I feel like they always show up and show out, and they've had some of the cooler set designs and all of that sort of stuff. Now, the Money in the Bank, I'm surprised they didn't just go, we're going to 2-night it up, because I know that New Orleans is expecting, and the fans have suspected, like a Mania would go there, maybe the one after the Saudi one or whatever the fuck. And I think like they have something worked out there where they got to do a bigger show there. I'm surprised they didn't go Money in the Bank as 2 nights. Now, I don't want every PLE to be 2 nights. And Money in the Bank is good just 1 night. I'm tired of these long ass fucking wrestling shows and shit. I got to be honest too. Problem with SmackDown right now, it's so fucking long and it's not that good. So it's like, we need to condense this. Luckily they are. Or it went back to the 2. Is it the 2 hours now? I don't even fucking remember. But with Money in the Bank, you could get away. Okay. Do I, Phil S. Marks, want Money in the Bank to be 2 nights? No. Do I, Phil S. Marks, understand why they would do it? And can they get away with, if they made like Backlash 2 nights, would that be cool? Fuck no. I'd shit all over that. Money in the Bank, it's like, well, you have 2 gimmick matches for boys and girls. You gotta fucking maybe separate. You know, you could do one on one night with a world title and then one on the other night with a world title. And I think people would be okay with that. I don't think that would piss anybody off too badly, but they're keeping it 1 night so far. And I thought we were going to see them announce Money in the Bank being 2 nights, like, way sooner than they have. But I believe in the next few years, we're going to see it become a 2-night affair. We move along here. Chelsea Green books Red Wedding. It's a nice day for a red wedding. Wow! It's a nice day to star in a horror movie. Yeah. So she's in this Red Wedding horror movie. And yeah, good for her. She's got those chops, and hopefully she gets like all slaughtered and shit in the movie, because let's face it, Chelsea Green, immediately when you say she's in a horror picture, I go, okay. She would be so good at like, like screaming and fucking, you ever see like Liv Morgan get gutted by fucking Chucky on the Chucky show? I could totally see Chelsea Green, like, her boyfriend gets his fucking head chopped off in Minecraft, and then like the blood splatters on her face and there's a close up and she fucking screams, ah! Like, I could totally see her doing that, Speaking of some shit that we could all totally see happening, the Knicks winning. We talked about this before. Danhausen linked up with Cardi B, so there you go. Interesting, to say the least. And Sheamus speaking of like bloody spectaculars, and this is pro wrestling YouTube, and I'm not going to show this for too long, but oh my God, everyone look at the screen quickly, then cover your eyes, peek through the cracks of your fingers, because this is fucking gruesome. And this is Sheamus's gym fail. And of course, we'll just zoom in on that one. And yeah, he was working out and dropped a fucking...
Wrestling's not fake!
Dropped a fucking... Who even knows? You know, who even knows how that happens? He just got up too quickly and there was something, a piece of metal stacked above him, and he just split his wig. No clue what happened, but shout out Sheamus. Hopefully he gets better, and that was just him going to the gym. Okay? Him going to the gym. So speaking of WWE superstars and some news and whatnot, Pat McAfee. This was written up here by Wrestling News Co. They say, if you want to see more Pat McAfee on your screens, there's good news for you. McAfee and ESPN are discussing a contract extension that would pay the broadcaster and WWE commentator more than $60 million per year, according to the Andrew Marchand of The Athletic. His current ESPN deal is worth around $30 million per year, and the report says he could take on a bigger role in the network's NFL coverage. McAfee's agent reportedly opened negotiations at $100 million per year. I mean, what the fuck? Pat McAfee, come on down.
Shut.
Come on, man. I would love $1 million a year. Shit, give me $500,000 a fucking year. That'd be awesome. Right? Fucking McAfee, $100 million. Holy shit, buddy. Crazy. So I don't think, but then like Wrestling News Co. is like, if you want more McAfee on your screens, there's good news for you. Like the way they spin this. Wrestling News Co. had one of the mightiest fall-offs. And I don't even want to call them a dirt sheet. I guess they qualify. I'm sure they've dropped stories where it's like, our sources conclude, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, I don't know, dude. I would take $1 million once ever, let alone fucking $60 million for one whole year. That's insanity, craziness. So we move along here. And let's see. So Bronson Reed, big Bronson Reed, he's looking good, as he should. So he was looking big chungus there before he got injured, and now he's bodied up, man. He's shaped up, he's swole, he's looking good, and he's going to come back. And yeah, I cannot wait to see him come back. I'm a big Bronson Reed fan, and, you know, JJ Alexander, friend of the show, is like, he's fat Andrade, and it's like, well, he's not so fat now. He's looking fucking good, trimmed up, and you got to do that, especially when you're jumping off the top and shit. You're going to blow it a fucking arm. It's because how he injured himself, I broke it down, but it's because he's such a big boy. Where like throwing a worked clothesline or forearm at someone, like that'll happen because all of his weight came behind the impact. Whatever. I'm not going to break it down again, but break it down. But let's get into some like youngsters news here. We got like NXT talent news, or actually let's talk about Kathy Kelly first. So Kathy Kelly reveals she was recently diagnosed with autism. So there you go. Everybody's like ADHD or autistic now. It's weird. It must be something in the water.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Well, why don't you tell me why everyone's autistic now? And so Kathy Kelly actually addresses the whole notion of her WWE future and her potentially getting into the ring. Okay, and she says, I don't want a match. She addressed her WWE future, saying she doesn't want to wrestle in the ring, but would be open to becoming a manager while also speaking about Paul Heyman's influence on her, which is awesome. Paul Heyman's that dude. And yeah, she will manage somebody. I think that would be awesome. In my last year's WWE 2K, I had her managing Braun Breaker, and she was actually asked, who's your best friends? And one of the people she named was Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed as well. So, I mean, Maxine Dupree's joining the Vision, but I don't know if they need a mouthpiece. Kathy Kelly's so good in her role, though. Her and Jackie Redmond are like perfect in their roles. So I would just keep them there personally, but let's say they're like, okay, we have this new woman who's on the come up and we want to get back into the valet manager biz. Yeah, Kathy Kelly would be perfect cutting promos. We know she can sell her ass off a little bit, and she's a looker. I mean, she'd be good in whoever's corner. I'm not fucking again. I'm always saying we need more valets and managers and whatnot. So shout her out. And another topic of discussion that's, well, let's just see. Do we have any other real main roster stuff? No, we just have the serious stuff. Okay. So other main roster topic of discussion here. And WrestleLamia. I'm WrestleLamia. And did you know? Here's Hulk Hogan's top 10 lies. WrestleLamia. So they're talking about, and everybody's kind of talking about lately, how the WWE titles aren't being defended enough, and specifically on Raw. Now, I think Penta, he's had 11 defenses in 98 plus days. So let's just say 100 days, 11 defenses. I think that's pretty good. You're doing pretty good there. You don't got to defend them every fucking week and every single show, right? Liv Morgan, though, world champion, 51 plus days, no defenses, and she's in the Queen of the Ring tournament. So,
let's talk about it.
The fuck are we doing? You have Roman Reigns, 50 plus days, 2 defenses. Let's be honest here. That's our fucking OTC. That's our tribal. Acknowledge me. That's the fucking, again, John Jones fights once every, Conor McGregor doesn't fight every fucking year, even when he's champion. You know, you fight once a year. Tyson Fury, the draws, you don't fight all the time. Okay? Well, that's real fighting. This is pro wrestling. Okay, whatever, you know? Sol Ruca has been the champion for a week and already has a defense, so that's pretty good. And the Vision has been the champion for 70 plus days with only 1 defense. Now, I'm not going to shit on this one because they've had injuries and they're trying to figure out what they're doing. But let me just say this, dude. Going into SummerSlam, the fact that there's no real big stories circulating some of these fucking titles is abysmal, man. It really fucking is. Like the WWE title, I don't know, man. There should be fucking real hard-hitting stories around, at least like Liv and Roman. If they're not in the King of the Ring, Queen of the Ring, there needs to be like hard-hitting stories surrounding their titles. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point? Like the King of the Ring is already fighting for the other WWE championships or whatever. So, I want to share with you. I was fucking talking to a friend of mine. I forget his name, but so this is something I heard. Okay,
allegedly.
And this is all. I'm not a dirt sheet. Fucking. Let's see the sheets run with this shit. So WWE know that Reigns Rollins is a big match for them, but there's much bigger. So apparently plans for Reigns Rollins aren't planned for a big show like SummerSlam or Mania or whatever. So I don't know if that's a spoiler. It's not really a spoiler of any. It's just like, okay, they might be saving that for like you have all these big events, man. Like, look at how big fucking Clash was and stuff like that, right? So you have all these big matches for Roman. I'm not offended that he has 2 defenses, and I'm not offended when Roman, not everybody's Roman, so he can kind of float in and out. He gets the pass. When it comes to Liv, though, motherfucker, like, you can't, there's no story. There's nothing with Roxanne and Raquel that could make us go, oh, shit. You know, we can't get something cooking. Raw was a pretty good show though this last week. SmackDown again, a bit of a lull, but I think they're going to switch the title to Gunther in like 2 weeks or whenever that SmackDown is, and they're going to do that to try and pop a juicy rating after. Because when is that? Not this Friday, but the next. So I think NBA and NHL playoffs will be done by then, by that Friday. So then there's nothing to watch. They do the big title switch. SmackDown does an insane number. Everyone's like, oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what they're trying to do with that. So hopefully, yeah, SmackDown gets a fire lit under its ass. And I'm curious, I want a chart like this, or I want a graphic made up for the SmackDown champions so we can do the same thing. Because it's interesting to look at, but no, are they not being defended enough? No, I just think the live and the tag titles. But again, the tag titles, there's a caveat because, like, if Theory's if like all of his partners are getting injured, you don't know. Logan Paul gets injured and shit. You kind of like, what do we even do with these? I don't even think giving it to Braun and then it's just like Braun and Theory are tag champs. I don't even think that was the right move. I think it would have been dope for Theory to do some Weasley shit and get everyone questioning him while everybody's else is like, or get Heyman questioning what the fuck he's doing while everyone else is recovering from injury, and just whatever. Braun, just keep him off TV for a bit, like whatever. He's good though. Braun's been good, but not a big fan of the 4-way King of the Ring stuff, just being perfectly honest, personally. So let's get into some more. We have like NXT talent here and like developmental stuff to get into. Now we're in the juiciness of WWE.
Wrestling's for dirtbags and lily pickers.
So Zilla Fatu attended the Performance Center today. There had been talks of WWE being interested in him as of late. They've been interested in him for a long time, and it's just a matter of him, getting better in the ring, which he has greatly improved. And it's just a matter of like, when's the right time? So again, they release Jeff Cobb and Tongaloa from the MFTs. And I'm kind of shocked by that. I'm shocked that like Jeff Cobb, whatever, he gets released. Tongaloa, I'm like, damn, dude, that's crazy. And now we're in a situation where you have the Bloodline, the Usos and Roman, and then you have the MFTs, and it's Tala, Tama, and Solo. Those are the remaining MFTs. But then you have Jacob Fatu, who's in the Bloodline right now, but he's like a floater. He's floating around. He doesn't want to listen to Roman. Solo was kind of proven right. Jacob's kind of more of a heel. We don't know fully where he's going to align, and it leaves the door open for, let's say they do 4v4 war games, Bloodline versus MFT or whatever. Let's just say they're building up to some sort of like Bloodline rules or tribal combat where it's like 4 versus 4 and there needs to be a fourth man on one side or the other. There's Zilla Fatu now. He could be good on either side. Like if Roman and them brought him in, that could be good. I think he'd fit better with the MFTs and you get more longevity out of the guy. And I don't think he'll get hurt as much as Tongaloa and shit did. And you have, just his history and lineage and all of that. He's been repping Bloodline outside of fucking WWE forever now. And he can do that heel shit really well. And he could work in the MFTs and they could play the same angle. Like he's a dude that WWE didn't really want to hire or whatever. This guy's dangerous too or whatever. They don't even need to go that route either. They could go like, like Roman could bring him in and go, this is my protege. And Jacob's like, what the fuck? Fuck this guy, and then Jacob aligns with the MFTs again or whatever the fuck he does. But if there needs to be a fourth man on either side, because Jacob's going to pick a side. So if there needs to be a fourth man, it's going to be Zilla, and it makes a lot of sense. And he's ready now, and you can pay him a lot less probably than Tongaloa or fucking, and you're developing him. But I do think he needs NXT first, but obviously that's not going to be the case. if that happens, he's going to just show up on the main roster and shit. And I think they're going to try and reignite and put some fuel on that bloodline fire again, because that really fucking skyrocketed WWE to new heights and new levels and whatnot. So let's hope that that's what happens. But at the same time, man, I think he does need some NXT, and I don't know if people are going to bite on the bloodline stuff, and I don't know why Tonga Loa couldn't have just been because you got Tama Tonga might switch sides too. Like he's not really fucking with Solo lately, so he might switch sides. But then when you have Tala and Tama, who are brothers, and they can tag or whatever, I don't know. I'm interested though, and I'm not shocked that Zilla's looming around the fucking PC as of late. Here, we got a super chat that I want to check out here. Before we get into our next bit of news, that is NXT news. Boy, is there a lot cooking on NXT as of late. Let me check this here. Wolverine DX for 10. Huge support. Phil, the winner of the King of the Ring can challenge for any world title. Yeah, so people have been making that clear to me now. So, like, my problem is that if Liv wins, so she just goes after the WWE, but then if someone else wins, they can challenge Liv, even though Liv fucking was in the tournament and got beat. It should just be the winners fight the WWE champions. I digress. LA Knight was talking about winning and going for Roman. Liv won it all, but Raquel, if she win, could challenge Liv. Now, that's what I'm hoping for. But you don't need Liv in the tournament to do this. It would be awesome if Liv and Roxanne, this is the story, right? Liv's avoiding title challengers. Maybe she defends her belt a couple times, and Raquel and Roxanne have her back, and they seem more united than ever. And Liv and Roxanne kind of cheat and help Raquel win some of these matches, whatever. And then Raquel gets to the end, and she goes, I'm challenging Liv. And then Liv's like, what the fuck? And Raquel goes, look, you've had the world title. I've helped you defend it. We scratch each, right? Like, I just want to show, like, this isn't fucking, it's not personal. It's just whatever the fuck. I know you well, and when's going to be, you told me before that I would get my chance to shine too. And then they cut to a time in the back when Liv was like, don't worry, Raquel, you're going to get your, you know what I mean? You could tell a story like that. Liv doesn't need to be in the King of the Ring though. So I still maintain what I said. And, LA Knight was talking about getting Roman, but that's the Raw champ. So, I mean, I guess he's on Raw, so that makes sense. So, okay. I mean, that's fine. I just feel as though Gunther's going to win, and then whoever wins the King of the Ring is going to challenge Gunther. And then I just don't like it, bro. I just don't like it. I don't like this. I don't like how the opening matches were fatal 4-ways and shit, and I'm not trying to be overly negative. Okay. And I really liked last Raw. I thought it was a banging show. Fucking flew by. The 4-way at the end of the show I thought was awesome too. I didn't have any problem with it. The Gable stuff was good. I guess that had nothing to do with King of the Ring, but I don't know if Wolverine DX, I don't know if I fuck with it, Can you dig it? I don't think I can dig it, sucker. So speaking of digging it, man, I've been digging NXT a little more again. I got to be honest. There's a resurgence. They're rebuilding right now, and they're showing us these new young superstars. And say what you will about fucking Naraku, who I think looks great. I feel like he slimmed down a bit from when he was in New Japan last. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's some fucking Nuge wacko in the chat who's like, oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. He's the same fucking size. You can save on sizes if you click down below. NordVPN.com/ProWrestleTimes. 75% off and 3 free months right now. But I think Evil looks good. And then this Will Cruz kid, like, he can fucking go. Say what you will about, like, his gear kind of looking like Bronson Reed's and, the way he looks and shit, his babyface assassin type thing. It is what it is. I don't know if like beating them right away so early and so quickly is the way. They didn't need to do this, but I haven't been mad at any of this really. And I think Naraku is going to win the title and he's going to lose it quickly. And then he's going to fucking go up to the main roster. So this is all going to happen relatively quickly for Naraku. and it'll ultimately be like Cruz, or what's his name? Will Cruz? I forget his name. Mason Rook. It'll be Rook versus D'Angelo will be like the feud leaving NXT. But yeah, we'll
you can't.
Evil hit him with the fucking STO. And is this a cool finish, guys? Time in NXT first. But yeah, it's going to be him versus D'Angelo's fucking music rules.
Championship, headlining the first premium live event on broadcast television on the CW.
And then, yeah, you got, what's his face? That's, so also on NXT, Zarya beat Tatum Paxley. And Tatum Paxley lost the North American Championship. Now, Tatum Paxley is like one of my favorites, I think, of all the women in WWE. She's up there for me. Easily one of the best. If you were like, okay, Phil Marks, you're starting a Fed. Here's $1 billion. Draft 10 guys, 10 women. I'm taking Tatum's on that list in that top 10 for sure. Right? If you want to break it down to 5, okay, that might get a little tight. I don't know if she makes the 5, but she's 100% on my list. She's so skilled. She's so fucking... again, I've said this a million times, she does fucking basic moves and like makes it look unique like you haven't seen it before, you know? Again, people want to talk about Kendall Gray, and Kendall Gray is just fine, but Tatum has that. Can she work and has like that it factor and like the look and everything? Yes. Kendall, kind of a generic look, you know, like, let's be honest. So again, I know
or,
Dave loves her and shit, and I like Kendall Gray too, a lot.
Babyface, that former heel thing. So
I like her a lot too, and she's having a banger. I got her bookmarked in here too, but Paxley lost, and then she was hugging fans, and I think did I bookmark it? She was hugging fans, and I think people anticipate her going up to the main roster, and I think that's perfect. I think they need that. This might seem kind of hacky sack, but you could put her in a tag with like, okay, Nikki Bella comes back, she tags with Paige, they turn heel on the Bellas, or Bellas turn heel on Paige, and then Paxley runs out and saves Paige. Why? Well, because they're both pale, goth, tattooed chicks. You know what I mean? Like, just fucking do it. They would have a good look. I think they'd vibe off each other well. And it alleviates Paige from doing some of the work. Not that Paige has been working her ass off, but she's a legend. You fucking paying her for her, more than the in-ring shit. So Paxley fucking rules. I hope this is goodbye. And she had like she lost like one match in 26 so far, I think. I'm not joking. Maybe it's more than that, but it's not much more than that. She's had a fucking long unbeaten run. And I just think Paxley's spectacular, So let's just take a look here. Zarya F5'd her on the floor, threw her in the ring. Let's take a look at the finish.
Zone of destruction. Absolutely.
And I thought Zarya would be like NXT Women's Champion pretty quickly, but the finish was an F5 to the floor, and then Paxley in the ring, and then spear, like as Paxley's getting up, and then fucking F5 pin. So they smashed Paxley to fucking obliviacry, before pinning her too. So that's like, because like Hulk Hogan would rub the Fu Manchu and say that doesn't work for me, brother. But sometimes in life you got to just put motherfuckers over strong, and they did. Wolverine DX for 5. The PWT universe putting PWT over strong tonight. I can dig that. Also, if Raquel eliminates Liv, since they are in opposite brackets, and Roxy wins Money in the Bank, this whole SummerSlam can go for a spin. I like that. Because then we have a 3-way between the Judgment Day gals, and then either they just disband and finally the Judgment Day comes to an end, or JD just goes, I'm over here now, and he just creates like a whole new Judgment Day on his own and starts his own little faction or whatever. Or like, again, Tatum's getting called up. Let's say Tatum is fucking Liv's new friend who bails her out of Raquel and Roxanne. Raquel wins the fucking King of the Ring. Roxanne cashes in, escapes with the title. Raquel's like, you did what you had to do. Liv's mad at them both now. And then fucking Tatum has her back and they continue the Judgment Day. That's like a worse idea than what I said before, I think, with the Paige thing. Because you got, like, let's face it, the women's tag division, it's got depth, but like, how much longer do Bliss and Flair carry their shit on? I don't know. We could fantasy Phil Mark's book all fucking day. But and yeah, Stephanie Vaquer, I see you guys in chat. Vaquer as well. I miss the fuck out of her. And she would be awesome. But it's time for people to get called up, and Paxley's next. And shout out Zarya for winning that fucking title. So speaking of the women, again, just two fucking tremendous professional wrestlers. Absolutely. Are Kendall Gray and Kalani Jordan as well. And I don't know. They put on a fucking match. Kendall Gray hits the arrow, shoots the arrow. It's going to be her fighting for titles and whatnot. And yeah, Kendall Gray is fucking spectacular in the ring. Dave ain't lying about that, you know? And what happened? Oh, yeah, she is the new number one contender for the NXT title, and I wouldn't be shocked if she wins the goddamn thing. Speaking of angles in NXT, Natty Neidhart, again, taking what she did on the indies a little bit and implementing it here with some of the NXT talent. So Natty tweeted this out. This is why the dungeon is invite only. Sean, you got to learn how to control your talent. So Natty's hosting a seminar, and one Miss Parker fucking crashes it. Shades of she did this angle with the NWA Women's Champion, and so, or the former one. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank on her name, but here's Natty sort of rehashing a little bit of something she did on the indies that fucking worked. And again, I said it, WWE could be doing this. Natty could be doing this with the fucking youngsters in the PC. Now they're doing it.
He's got it locked on, and then when it can break, boom, roll, roll, roll. Get around.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, that's a good way to get the trainees involved in shit. But I'm telling you right now, NXT's heating back up again. I don't know what the fucking ratings are like. We'll do some ratings wars in a bit. I don't know what the ratings are like necessarily, or if they're worried about them, or how the PLEs are going to be affected with the fucking being on the CW and all of that. None of that really fucking matters there, buddies, because well, it does matter, obviously, you know, but it shouldn't matter as far as if you want to talk about what's some good graps and some good wrestling. NXT's getting it back together here. We knew it was going to take a minute for them to just creatively kind of get in a flow with the new stack of talent. And if more people are being called up, I mean, good. But AAA's rolling. NXT is going to start rolling again here soon. And I just hope somebody can fill the void of Nadaku, because I think he's catching on. And when he fucking gets called up quickly, you're going to need someone there. Tony D's probably like, oh, what the? I get no respect. He's like, what the hell? Kenzie Page at the dungeon. Thank you, guys. So they did this with Kenzie Page in NWA and whatnot at the dungeon. Same thing here, that Natty Neidhart's breaking out. And so Rey Mysterio was on 6 Feet Under with The Undertaker. And Rey Mysterio rested in peace. He didn't actually, though. That would be sad. But Aaliyah Mysterio, his daughter, who we saw kissing Buddy Matthews years ago when she was 19. She's preparing to begin her own WWE career at the Performance Center, according to Rey Mysterio, after she underwent full-time training for 2 weeks earlier this year. Just recent news, we've been going back and forth trying to see if Aaliyah was motivated enough to go up to the PC and dedicate some time to training, like full-time. She tried it out one time with me last year in October. She loved it. She just jumped in the ring once. I said, okay, let's try it, and let's set you up and go from there. Where is it? I don't know. She said she loved it. I said, okay, I wasn't expecting that. And this was all prior to WrestleMania, the first one we had in Vegas. Dad, when you taking me to the ring? When you taking me to the ring? When you graduate, I'll take you to the ring. So she graduated in July of last year, showed me her diploma, goes, okay, I'm ready. Took her up in October of last year. She loved it. Sent her again this year, February, for 2 weeks. She loved it, and now we're here. I mean, come on. It runs in the family, the fucking talent, and I think she'll be a tremendous talent. And if the physical aspect isn't there, bring more goddamn valets back, and she could be a valet. Who knows? But I love it. I love seeing the fucking kids of the wrestlers I grew up watching fucking now getting into wrestling and stuff. It's awesome. So shout out Aaliyah Mysterio. And we know she has like a bit of acting chops. Like she gets it. She gets kayfabe and shit. But speaking of acting chops, man, it is Wrensday, guys. And we don't always celebrate Wrensday, but this is a throwback Wrensday here. So we had to do it, you know. I had to fucking break it out. And it's a throwback. It's a happy Wrensday. Ren Sinclair. No Thursday. Hashtag no Thursday. And let's catch up with Ren Sinclair and see what she's got to say. Or Maddie Renkowski. Ren Sinclair, yeah. And see what she's got to say. She's on a crutch here. And she's got some trippy lights going on. She's talking about Harry Potter.
Hey guys, happy Wrensday. So we're here in my magical hall. Hold on. Is that my Hogwarts acceptance letter? Oh my gosh. Oh, shoot.
You're a wizard, Harry. Harry Potter.
Medical bills. Rehab appointment. Lexus keys and boxes, man. No. I'm late.
I'm gonna start playing Hogwarts Legacy. I know I'm so behind like that game. Everyone's like, "Oh, I already played that." I did not play it yet at all, and I might start playing it on Twitch. So twitch.tv/ProWrestleTimes. And also, I dropped another video on YouTube, the B Block tournament of the WWE Championship tournament. The winner of the B Block will face the winner of the A Block, Hulk Hogan, at WrestleMania 1 for the WWF Championship. Make sure you guys check that out. Been doing some gaming content. Kit Wilson.
UCC's a stupid man. I am the fastest man alive.
Oh no, it was all a dream. She used to read Word Up magazine. So let's get into the controversies, guys. Okay. Well, first, let's start with AAA. So Konnan says that WWE have something big planned for Triple Mania. And he says, I would have to put mask versus mask on Triple Mania, but they've got something big for Triple Mania. Or you said I would have put, like I would have, Konnan was saying I would have put mask versus mask on Triple Mania, but they have something big. So if it's big enough to make them go, nah, we'll do mask versus mask to launch Noche de los Grandes week 1. That's fucking crazy. Whatever they have planned. Now, again, I'm not a dirt sheet, but I did do some snooping around. Okay.
Let's talk about it.
And from someone who would typically never no comment me, I got a fucking no comment. So,
oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
It's gonna be something fucking crazy. Okay, that's all I can predict. If it's this major of an announcement to where they didn't put mask versus mask, because right now Konnan, I mean, he's in he's like Chavito, right? Like he's not their day-to-day running shit, but he works for the Fed and for AAA. Now, Vince Russo, bro, Vince Russo had something to say. And again, we had, well, here at PWT, we had Husey on the show, producer of K100, super producer of K100. And Husey was
allegedly
like, look, Konnan, I don't know why he doesn't just like make a statement about all of this stuff concerning his health, right? And the dirt sheets, when they were throwing things around about Konnan's health, they weren't entirely spot on, right? And Husey was like, I don't know why fucking he doesn't just like at least address it and say something, you know, but it's his fucking life. It is what it is. And so Vince Russo had this to say, and Vince Russo just starts stooging everybody's business. And I said it before too. I'm like, it's someone's like personal medical stuff. You don't want to be talking about stuff like this unless they do it themselves, then okay. But Vince Russo, bro, let me tell you about Konnan.
You are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
And so Vince Russo says, bro, let me tell you, I was smartened up about a week ago, bro. I knew he had the one leg amputated and the second one was in question. Hand to God, bro, that was the last time I talked to him. Probably about 2 months ago, bro. They had to remove the second one, Russo said. So I called Konnan yesterday. Jesus. I hand to God. Konnan said to me, bro, I swear to God, Konnan said to me that the WWE is paid. I feel fucked up like doing the impression while reading something so serious. WWE is paid every single cent of his medical bills. So shout out, round of applause to WWE. And of course, like AAA, it's so good, Undertaker and everything. First off, Borash is a huge part of it too, and he gets overlooked. And fucking Konnan. It was selling out. AAA was selling out and shit before WWE gripped it up. Round of applause for WWE. Yeah, so that was on the Coach and Bro show on YouTube. So shout them out. Shout out Konnan and shout out AAA because they're doing the goddamn thing. So speaking of doing the thing, man, Brandon Thurston does his thing, and what he does is cover lawsuits, and he gets involved in them and stuff too. He's all over from the Ring Boy scandal to the fucking who got a parking ticket to the Janelle Grant lawsuit in WWE or involving WWE. He's got the 411 on that, you know? And so Thirsty Thurston was getting all riled up and perky and oiled up because this WWE, as we've been covering, the WWE trial or hearing is coming up, or WWE's involvement, and everybody's like, man, Stephanie McMahon might have to take the stand and Triple H will take the stand and this is going to be crazy. It's going to reveal da-da-da-da-da-da. Meanwhile, friend of the show, Evil Dose, has been like all over Thurston's candy ass being like, pause, right? And he's been like, dude, this is just going to get settled. It's going to get settled. These always settle. It's going to get settled. So Thirsty Thurston, you know, he posts this, and this was like 4 days ago. Time Cop. And he tweets out, the WWE merger trial has been canceled. Court administrator for the Delaware Court of Chancery, Tamara Burton, confirmed to me this evening. We haven't confirmed whether a settlement has been agreed to or is being worked on. The trial was previously scheduled to start Monday. So you know he's just real fucking depressed, right? He doesn't get his day in. Brandon Thurston. He says he's thirsty. But Janelle Grant says she was pissed on. Brandon Thurston's pissed off because Janelle Grant was pissed on.
Smashed your knee to obliterate.
I'm sorry. This show's fucked up, I know. It's a cartoon. It's not real. So, Thirsty Thurston, he's pissed, right? Because this thing got, the merger trial was canceled. And also, it goes even earlier. Like, he was holding out hope because I saw this tweet. I didn't bother to bookmark it because it's not anything to do with wrestling. It's like some fucking court watcher or whatever. And they tweeted something out about, it wasn't even scheduled. Like this person here, Tamara Burton, or whoever the judge was or whatever, it wasn't even like scheduled to take place on their thing. So this must have been settled like even faster than anybody realizes. So yeah, so Dos Evils, like I told you, the cases always settle. And so everybody was like, yeah, dude, and then some wackos are like, fucking, it's now time to bring back Vince. And it's like a young, it doesn't even look like Vince. It looks like that fucking Strauss Zelnick or whatever, that fucking guy that added himself to 2K recently. Did you guys see that? Who plays 2K? Drop your gamer tags. If you're on Xbox. PlayStation in the mud right now, dude. Xbox ruling shit, ruling that ass. So, Thurston's all upset and shit. And so he posts this. New, Janelle Grant disputes anonymous emails that triggered 2022 WWE board investigation, denies involvement in sending them. Includes the text of the 3 emails which were filed as exhibits in the merger lawsuit. So let me just read this headline again normally, like a normal human being. Janelle Grant disputes anonymous emails that triggered 22 WWE board investigation. Denies involvement in sending them. So the way that they use Signal to send fucking messages that can't be brought to court, and then they fight for like, oh, these text messages were... Guys, we've been covering this. If you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, they were using Signal to send messages. And so those messages, basically what the jury / or the court, I can't remember. I'm really bad at all this legal shit. But whatever it was, the court was going to consider whatever these anonymous emails were, or these like invisible emails or messages on Signal. And I guess Signal's an app like WhatsApp or something, but the messages just delete right away. So there are messages that people claimed happen, but they happen on Signal, and the court was going to just view them as if they happened, even though there's actually no proof, just because they ruled like there's enough evidence that people deleted emails and were sending salacious enough emails and texts, I guess, to where the Signal messages, the court felt like, oh, these, we just have to take them, what people are saying at face value about them. We're not going to dismiss them. Like the fact that they were sending shit on Signal or whatever. That's my interpretation of it. Again, I hope I do a good job of explaining this in layman's terms. But now Janelle Grant is saying denies involvement in sending them, or is WWE denying their involvement in sending them? Let's take a look at postwrestling.com. And God, their articles are always real long and like so boring. So we're going to try and skim through this. Okay. So Janelle Grant just posted an Instagram post. Do I just share this? Let's just share this screen right here. Boom. You guys can see that. So on Wednesday, Janelle Grant publicly addressed for the first time the anonymous emails that led to the 22 board of directors investigation of Vince McMahon's conduct. An Instagram post, Grant denied any role in sending the emails and denied certain assertions about her that the emails made. The emails have been included in exhibits. So, again, WWE was sending Signal messages. The court's like, nope, those are fucking part of the case, even though we have no proof of them. These anonymous emails that were used in exhibits, she's like, I had nothing to do with that shit. Whoa, you know what I mean? Like, see, it's not fucking cool when it's happening to you now. That's all I'm saying, man. Like, did Vince do some scummy shit? Absolutely. Does it seem as though, and then they just settled this shit or what? So she just wanted the money. She just wanted $3 million. It's two adults. If she consented to getting pooed on, that's her own fucking prerogative. I'm not going to shame it, but like just the fact she went out there and made this victim speech and all of this shit, and then she just still settled at the end of the day. Like you can put a price on fucking on this stuff, you know? That's all I'm saying. So the anonymous email, she says, reading these for the first time took a sledgehammer to my mental health. I feel like a Taylor Swift lyric. Cringe. And wonder if someone caged me just to call me crazy. I'm not wired to understand why someone would write them, but I'm trained to notice the use of hair splitters and spin. So anonymous email. What happened before? While caring for my parents, 2 sets of illnesses. So she took to Instagram to like, nope, I swear I had nothing to do. With these emails or whatever. I have no fucking clue. The spin, a friend, I see a trick to steer public perception, homeless. I shared my background at work, rehab. So here's an email where she's like, I'm homeless. I have no job. I have no money. I blah, 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 blah. And then she's like, oh, come on. You mean to tell me no addictions to perks, no rehab? There's no person who knew me in life predating 2019 who could write this. A friend, I see a trick to steer public perception. It could be that. It could be. She could be right. But like you also accepted all the extravagant gifts and shit. Like we went over it all. You know? So again, all of this stuff is redacted. It's like the fucking Epstein files. And then she goes, I'm pretty sick over whether this is implying a revenge pornography situation. Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't give a good goddamn if we're on YouTube. I'm just saying the fucking words. I'm not censoring myself. And whether it extends to Deadspin, a media company, I'm sick over whether this is implying I was being filmed and didn't know it. I'm sick over what it is that I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that would be fucked up for sure. Here's the one thing, though. Whatever. I don't mean to dig deep, but like, it wasn't... Whatever. I don't know shit about the case. I'm just going to shut the fuck up. And then she took a picture of some trees, and she's like, and baby, now we got bad blood. And and now we used to be tough. But baby, now we got bad blood. Hey... Now we got problems, and I don't think we can solve them unless you pay me $3 million or more and all my legal fees. You made a really deep cut. Holy fuck, dude. So we move along, and Fightful Select, of course, jump on this, and they go, from a source close to Vince McMahon regarding the WWE shareholders lawsuit. Who is it? Coachman? Jonathan Coachman? So the exact kind of litigation follows every single transaction involving a public company. But here's the key. Endeavor's bid was by far the highest. It was signed up. Okay, so here's the problem, right? You have the Janelle Grant lawsuit, but then you have the shareholders lawsuit, which has to do with blocking... So am I conflating the two shits? Like, was it here, hold on. This is what I mean. I should have got like fucking Dose on to break this shit up, because I might be conflating the two things, but it's just the series of events that has me going, oh fuck, so okay, here, let me just type this in and fact check myself with AI on Google, because Google's AI. Was the Janelle Grant lawsuit settled? So, no, the core civil suit against Vince McMahon has not been settled. How up to date is this? Okay, so even though the Delaware lawsuit is now settled, the lawsuit by Grant against McMahon himself, like the civil suit between them, still ongoing. Okay, but just like the company wash their, so whatever, they're going to want to wash their hands of this shit as well. Like they're wrapped up in the shits. AEW's got lawsuit stuff too, we're going to talk about in a bit. But so this is now the other thing, the shareholders lawsuit. So I hope you guys are following along. And if she didn't settle, then my apologies. I didn't mean to. I'm such a dickhead singing Taylor Swift. I'm sorry. I really. So, from a source close to Vince McMahon regarding the WWE shareholders lawsuit, this exact kind of litigation follows every single traction involving a public company. This sounds like David Otunga talking. I just hear his voice. But here's the key. Endeavor's bid was by far the highest. It was signed off on by 3 separate independent banks, JP Morgan, Rain, and Moelis. That's why WWE's board of directors gave their unanimous approval. No, it was the Delaware thing that was settled. So I think I was right. Anyways, the deal created the premier combat sports company, and the shareholders made an absolute fortune. This is the statement of someone close to Vince and not factual in nature. Sources involved in the other lawsuits with WWE and TKO were reached out to. They believe at least one of them will make it to Discovery. So I don't know, man. Like, this is the same thing going on with Paramount getting Warner Bros. Like, somebody always jumps in and tries to block shit and tries to sue people and stuff. It just is what it is. It is what it is, man. So AJ Lee is reportedly not returning to WWE anytime soon. And after WrestleMania, guys, I mean, we kind of knew that was coming. Even if she's not at SummerSlam, it wouldn't shock me. She did that little run because she wanted to do one, get a WrestleMania payoff. They're throwing everything at CM Punk. And ultimately, AJ Lee was going to do this in AEW. It just never, Punk had to smack all of them out and get fucking fired because they're dumbasses, right? So she's not returning anytime soon, and people are like, oh my God, it's fucking, well, they don't really care about this, to be honest, but when it comes to Punk, they're like, oh my God, he's fucking not being booked and he's not being used and da-da-da-da-da-da, at the same time that their AJ Lee's not going to be around for a while. So you don't think they're just taking some time fucking off? And again, it's hilarious because people are like, they have creative has no plans. That's how it started. So CM Punk update. So what initially had happened was dirt sheets were like, oh, there's no plans for Punk in the foreseeable future and all this shit. Okay. So according to Wrestle Votes Q&A, which, I mean, they could just be random fucking anybody. Wrestle Votes. What the fuck is Wrestle Votes? Okay. And they go, it's not true that WWE has no plans for CM Punk, and that's the reason he's not being featured. And then stories come out that fucking they're making a bunch of new merch for him, and he'll be back soon enough, and he fucking will be. Okay? He could come back at SummerSlam to get the crowd a pop, and he makes a save or just comes out and goes, guys, I'm back, and I'm whatever the fuck, okay? But so the rumors start swirling, completely made up out of thin air by people like Dave Meltzer and shit, that there's no creative fucking anything for Punk planned. Now, before we even get into this stuff, what do you guys think when you're fucking CM Punk and TKO's like rolling out the Bulls theme music or the Bulls entrance music during the fucking Dynasty, and they're fucking bringing back your old theme, and they're hiring Danhausen, and you're bringing your wife back, and they're just doing you're fucking drawn for them, you're putting on fucking banger, like saved WrestleMania night 2, saved all of WrestleMania. We'll remember that WrestleMania for the last one for Roman Punk. All of these things, man, like they're throwing the fucking kitchen sink at Punk, and not in a negative way, as far as like backing the Brinks truck up and hiring his friends and all of this shit, right? So after WrestleMania, you're a big star like Roman, you're a big star like Punk. What did everybody say about Roman? Oh, he's going to get some time off and then come back, and he's not slated for June. Then he's there for June. So like, you're a huge big name star. You're the champion of the company, or whatever, you're up there fighting for the title, or you're in a huge fucking match at WrestleMania, whatever, you're going to get time off. Shit, Undertaker took a fucking year off a bunch of times. Okay, Brock Lesnar, a bunch of guys after Mania, you don't see them for a month. Roman Reigns, whatever the fuck. Okay, and Punk we saw right away after Mania, and then he went away for a bit. And now he's getting fucking swole. He's getting Joey swole, dude. Now, before any of these rumors start swirling around, it's like, what do you guys think? It's always the simplest answer. You can be conspiratorial and go, they have no plans for Punk. Like, Punk can't come up with a plan and tell Triple H, here's the plan, and then they don't just do his fucking plan too, because look at all the shit they've fucking done for him so far since he's been back. They give him fucking everything, okay? So you can have all of this shit, but what the fuck do you guys think is happening? He wants some summer time off. Summertime sadness, right? He's taking some fucking time off to chill. It's fucking Punk. He's an old man. He just fucking put on a banger at WrestleMania, and he's going to take some time off, and his wife ain't coming back anytime soon. Seems like they're taking some time off, doing some other shit. And then he's going to come back. Punk has done this multiple times. Okay, where he's taken like a few weeks off or a couple weeks off, and people are like, where the fuck has he been? Or he'll just show up, cut a promo, but then he goes back and films whatever the fuck he's filming. He's taking some time, and he's getting super swole. He's getting super jacked, so they have no plans for him, so he's going to get super fucking jacked, and they're going to have no plans for Punk. Like, are people fucking mental? It's crazy. Dude. It's crazy that people even think this. So from this, what spins off of this, and I missed it all because I wasn't on fucking Twitter. I was out touching grass, and I fucking come back to Twitter, and it's like everybody's melting down about CM Punk and rumors that he got in a fight with TKO people, and they asked them to take a pay cut and all this shit. We'll get into it. But you know, Wrestle votes, and then Fightful Select jump on this, and they go, no, not true. Don't know where that came from. And PWI and all the dirt sheets have confirmed. And it's so fucked up that the dirt sheets are even selling for this, because people just made it up. Just like people made up that he got in a fight with fucking TKO and stuff. So no, not true. Don't know where that came from. It's a well-deserved rest for that guy that has been going outside of injury for 3 straight years, just main evented WrestleMania, get a little time off, him and his wife. He'll be back in no time, right back on top of the card. It is not true. They have no plans for CM Punk. And it's just so fucking dumb that, like, it's all these sheets, just some fucking marks or some sheets make some shit up, and then all the sheets have to report, nope, it's not true, or here's our opinion on it. Shut the fuck up. You're all garbage hacks, every fucking single one of you. And this is why the dirt sheets get mad at people like me. They get mad and freak out and melt down anytime you question them, their authority, because they know it's just a talentless endeavor, and anybody can fucking do it. Anybody could start a fucking dirt sheet. Okay? It's so fucking easy to do. And yeah, it's that's why they get mad, because they get caught up in dumb, and they all want to be like, nope, that rumor's shut down, and we're the ones bringing to you first that it's shut down. Yeah, some marks made it up. It's not even a fucking thing. It's nothing. Okay? So these rumors get started. And there's this guy named J Cup or Super J Cup or something like that, right? And he's like a big AEW mark, I guess. And from my gathering of knowledge on this motherfucker, he's like a big time AEW, like he's just openly anti-WWE. People think he's like Tony Khan's burner. He's been this and that. Now, I think we've seen him before here on PWT, because I think he was one of the people telling Niccolo Piccolo, like, dude, I've seen the email you got, Nick. You know you got an email and you're getting fired and all this shit. Now, from what I've seen, Switchblade, friend of mine, Switchblade 97, and he's told me this in the past, and actually this is why him and Niccolo Piccolo got in a fight originally, is because Switchblade 97 pointed out to me and I actually didn't know this, but I guess this J Cup dude, Super J Cup, he, or is that what New Japan guy? Fuck whatever. This dude has been Super Tone Triple Cup, fucking Triple Cup, dude, Triple J Cup. He, I guess he's been right. I guess like years ago, this guy like said shit about Stardom and Nuge and shit. Maybe AEW. I don't exactly know, but he's like been right about shit. And Switchblade is like, yeah, I mean, he's been right about things. I don't know if fucking. So I'm curious. Maybe I'll shoot Switchblade at DMC if he's been like fucking tracking that closely. I don't know, right? It's just a random, literal, like no profile pic, like not even a graphic or a fucking Joshi or an AI Rusev or anything. It's just, it's just a fucking. It's just a gray profile pic fucking account that tweeted some shit out about what he was like. I said this on Discord and we weren't able to record our Discord. So it's a fucking mark with a Discord just saying fucking anything, making shit up about CM Punk. And the sheets all got wrapped up in it. And I'm mostly disappointed in who we're going to make fun of a little bit tonight. So we made fun of the AEW sickos last time. We got to make fun of the WWE wackos. But like a bunch of WWE fans were like selling for it. And they got so outraged where it's like, why? This should be like sloughed off. But there's WWE fans like, where's the proof? Source this and fact check and blah, blah. Who gives a fuck? The fact anyone sold for this, dirt sheets, wackos, any sickos, it's like, where's Garrison? Like we got to do better.
Retard alert, class.
We got to do better, IWC. Okay, like it's such non-fucking news. And again, nobody runs with the allegedlys I fucking get. I was fucking teasing the AAA sale before any fucking dirt sheet ever even talked about this shit. No one's quoting me, but random fucking accounts or, random fucking accounts are getting with no pictures and shit or getting fucking, and who are just like, I'm anti WWE. They're getting taken seriously. So the rumor that got spread around was CM Punk was asked to take a large pay cut and he got mad and he chewed out people in TKO and blah, 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 blah. Now, would CM Punk chew out people in TKO and blah, blah, blah? I don't think so. Everyone's like, he's a menace. He's had many problems. I don't think that'll ever happen with him again. And I think when he went to Saudi and was like, I'm sorry and shit, I think that was proof of that. Okay? People want to say corporate Cody Rhodes. This is corporate chick magnet Punk. Absolutely. Without question. Both second and third to corporate Kane. But Punk, I just don't think is going to fly off the handles. And think about everything they've thrown at him. They're going to ask him to take a pay cut. No, bitch. They released all those fucking wrestlers that you guys don't care about until they're released. Like fucking Andre Chase and all these guys who don't work there. They released a bunch of them so that they can keep paying Punk what he's doing because he's a big star. And again, this goes TKO deep. This goes deeper than just WWE with Punk. Okay? The UFC, they fucking scooped up Punk and put him on pay-per-view so that Bellator wouldn't beat them. That's what happened all the way back then. So this goes deeper. This is fucking UFC, TKO, Ari Emanuel, all of that shit. That's where Punk aligns. Let's just say it runs deeper than just WWE with Punk. There's people in TKO who want to see him succeed, who want to get him in movies, who want to fucking. So all your faves who you're like, why did Jeff Cobb get fired? It's to let Punk keep working here and do whatever the fuck he's doing. It's so blatantly obvious to me. And it's such a non-fucking story to me. When this came out, it's like that fucking gif or that meme where the guy comes in with the pizzas and the room's on fire. I'm like, what happened in the IWC? Why is anyone selling for this in the first place? And why are all the dirt sheets trying to make this a fucking story? It's crazy. And so, again, here's the allegedly I got about it all. in the interim before I had a chance to do my show. Until I would have said this, if this wasn't the news, we would have gotten this allegedly. Okay, chat? So like if there wasn't spurgouts about Punk right now and all these fucking lies and rumors now, would he freak out if they asked him to take a pay cut? Would he tell them fuck themselves? And rightfully so? Absolutely. Absolutely. Punk's the guy. If you were to say someone got smacked in the locker room, it would be like, what, did Punk get angry again? Absolutely. But at the same time, I just don't see that at all in this era of Punk. Like he tried this in AEW. And that's where you got the moments of him like, if you don't like Jack Perry, there's something wrong with you. He was trying to be that corporate guy, but AEW was just such a shit show, especially then. He's like, I have to smack motherfuckers, you know? So this run in WWE, that's never going to happen. And look at all they've given him and invested in him. Oh, we want you to take a pay cut this year all of a sudden. Why? He's in the best shape of his life. He's about to draw another, but did you not see his Mania match? Fucking saved that last Mania. You guys don't think they value that? You guys don't think they value like Punk putting Oba over and shit before they're just asking him to take pay cuts and risking losing him before he puts Oba over. Are you guys fucking mental? I can't believe people sold for this. So, and it's not just the wackos, like all the sickos signal boosting it and Dave Meltzer signal boosting it and all of this shit. And again, like you have fucking Dave Meltzer over here getting involved in all of this shit. You know what I mean? Like, again, I haven't talked about the story since, like, you know, he's going to signal boost it and all of this stuff. So it's silliness. But here's an allegedly I got, okay? And this would have been read on PWT tonight, regardless if any of this shit. And this person also told me this. Okay, so we got a few allegedlys here. So from what I hear, Punk was always going to be taking time off after Mania and wasn't even supposed to be on Raw the night after Mania 42. Makes sense, doesn't it? Roman wasn't supposed to be there in June. Looks like they shifted a few things around and to make sure everybody got time off. So this was also said here. I would say that Punk is one of the few guys who sells enough merch to warrant his entire contract. And apparently the general feeling is that AJ Lee's return really didn't work out that well. So who knows? I'm Phil S. Marks. This is a cartoon. I am not a fucking dirt sheet.
Allegedly.
You're going to run with fake accounts saying shit. Well, there's other people. Here's motherfuckers. I don't know. Whatever. You don't have to listen to me. That's all I'm saying. It seems more like that's the logical answer and not all this made up fake shit about creative all of a sudden not having anything for seemingly the only guy they ever have anything for. Punk always has the most substance in his fucking storyline. All of a sudden, just nope, just go home. Like he could just be taking a break. A bunch of wrestlers have just taken breaks. It's crazy. People are fucking mental. So, and then of course, Fightful jumped on this as well to be like, regarding the CM Punk rumors going around, nobody in WWE among the dozens spoke to has heard that Punk wanted out of his contract, and no talent heard from believed he was asked to take a pay cut. Now, also, some people are like, he might go back to AEW, and that's why Randy's not there, and they're trying to extrapolate it into all of this other shit, and they just want people to essentially take the bait, bite on that shit, get outraged, and they're just doing to the fucking wackos what people would do to the sickos before. Everybody's fucking triggered. So overall, I agree. The messages I got are seemingly the realest, most even-keeled, like the fucking guy, the Triple Cup guy, who wrote the fucking he wrote this thread, or he was in a Discord and he was like, I couldn't record it or whatever, so I had to fucking write it out in this thread. That dude wrote like a 7-tweet fucking thing about how he heard, and these are all rumors and none of it is verified, none of it's true, and at least he was saying that none of it's true, this is all rumors. All the sheets run with it and everyone starts melting down. What the fuck? Okay, what I just said was rumors. Everyone go quote it for your fucking dirt sheets and melt down about what I'm saying. Like, Punk's actually really chill and he just had some planned time off. Go write that. Fucking crazy. It's crazy. And this dude, and I'm trying to actually give this dude credit who put it out there. He's like, he pretty much in his tweet said, I just made this up. Like, pretty much, if you read it, you're like, he just made this shit up. And I don't know. It was enough to, and I get it. It's been slow news weeks lately. Wrestling's been fucking in a pinch, I think, until after the playoffs. Well, yeah, I mean, AEW's always boring. Okay, the pay-per-views are like fun sometimes, I guess. You know, you want to have a couple fucking beers, watch a pay-per-view. Okay, it's not a bad time. It's long as shit. It's hard to keep your interest the whole time. If you have fucking buddies over, it's hard to keep their interest in the whole fucking time. It's not like a UFC fight where they can drag it out a little bit. Either way, I digress. When it comes to Punk, I think the most logical, reasonable explanation that my sources were telling me, but my buddy was telling me, he wrote it in like 3 or 4 simple sentences, and it covered all of AJ Lee and Punk's situation. I don't need a 7-tweet thread explaining make-believe. That's when it becomes make-believe fantasy mark booking, okay? Like, for instance, on this show, I go, they should do this with someone, and then I start like, it's 4 minutes of me fucking, oh, they should do this, and then this, and then this, and then that, and then you could do this and that because this, and then you explain it. It's because you're making it up. You're fleshing it out. You know, if it's oftentimes the truth is blunt, it's real, it's in your face, and fucking, it's very just blunt and real and simple. You know, it's the truth is typically the simplest thing, dude. So, yeah, I will go with that over whatever anybody else is saying online. It's just my opinion. Maybe I'm off on that one though. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was CM Punk and WWF news. So let's be honest, it's because the product sucks right now. The product. My source is telling me that Dave Meltzer and Tony Khan were caught in a trios. Fucking okay. Sounds sus. So the dirt sheets won't quote you because you're positive about Punk. Yeah. No, I don't care that they do. I don't want them to, but it's just like, you know, you fucking hacks, man. I get it. The news is slow. It's affected my show too and shit. You know, we got a tremendous turnout, over 300 watching. Hit like, hit subscribe. Guys, become a YouTube member, youtube.com/ProWrestleClips. Every week, I do a weekly member show. So it's 99 cents, I think, per month, and you get access to my member shows. Or check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, where your boy Phil also has the entire catalog of member shows, unedited and all of that shit, because sometimes YouTube makes you edit shit out after the fact. But and there's like a bunch of exclusive videos on Patreon. So those are my plugs. Or you can super chat and hit like or retweet, though. That's the best thing you could do. Come say what's up in chat, hit heart, hit like, all that good shit. Okay, so guys, we are going to get into AEW news. We might do ratings wars. I mean, we can. I like to kind of let them bunch up and then we fucking tackle them all. So maybe Saturday we do a ratings wars because I want to get to this Wackos segment. But we'll do ratings wars possibly tonight. There's a bit in there, and there has been some interesting things to note. But I think maybe even if we wait till Saturday for ratings wars, that could be okay. But we might have time. Depends how we fly through this stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of flying through stuff, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, Ichi Nissan. It is time for AEW news, guys. It's not the sound I wanted. To oblivion. I don't know. Oh, pardon me. Pardon me, guys. Okay, so pardon me. I got sick. I played the drop AEW news. What can I say? It makes me sick. No. So AEW will be adding nationally televised talent to their roster this summer. So according to Fightful Select, they put out a report saying that AEW told them, I guess, allegedly, right, that AEW is going to put, quote, nationally televised talent, adding them to their roster this summer. So obviously, talking about the New Day, we're talking about some of these WWE releases, and we're talking about the New Day are going to be at All In. Okay, mark it down. It'll be a reason to watch. It could be pretty fucking epic. But we're going to get Woods and Kofi for surely wrestling the Bucks. Or wrestling Edge and Christian, or wrestling the Bucks, FTR, and Edge and Christian in like a 4-way TLC. They'll try and redo the Hardy Boys, right? Where the New Day comes out and they're like, there's been a team added to this match, but who could it be? Who? Then the Hardys. You guys remember that WrestleMania? That fucking ruled. And they'll try and redo the same thing because they repeat everything that WWE's already done. At least that's my Phil Marks bookmarksings. Fantasy Phil Marks bookmarksings. Looks maxing. So we move along here. And speaking of behind the scenes and ex-WWE employees, WWE legend Road Dogg says AEW is getting stronger behind the scenes. No, he doesn't have that thick. AEW's getting stronger. I'll get a Road Dogg down. But Road Dogg was asked if the WWE offices felt like they were in a battle with AEW. And he said, no, we didn't. And we probably should have. To be quite honest, instead, I think it was looked at like, oh, that's this other little money marks company. Oh, shit, Tone. Do you see what they think of you over there, dude? Oh, man. And that's why Dave was crying about fucking.
Oh, my God. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
You know, that's why he was crying about, oh, he's not a money mark. That's ridiculous. But he says, oh, that's this other little money marks company. I honestly think that's how it was kind of looked at. I would argue, however, long we are not into their tenure. That was wrong to be looking at it that way. They're still here. They're still strong. I would argue they're getting stronger. They're getting stronger. See, what I'm trying to do, Road Dogg does this thing where he starts talking like in his normal kind of southern voice, but then as he finishes sentences, he gets a little raspy, and then he is normal again, and then he gets a little raspy. I'll perfect it. Don't worry. We'll get this one down. We'll get that impression down. But yeah, he said that behind the scenes, they're getting stronger, and they are actually, like, let's be honest here, man. They got good producers. They got good, I think, better management, clearly. As you know, Tone's still working with what wrestlers are in town, but like it's way less like people getting smacked. And obviously people are saying Tone's a little more accessible and stuff. So I think they are getting stronger. And if you bring someone like Road Dogg in, is it all bad? I mean, SmackDown wasn't the best, but seemed to have been better, at least during the time that Road Dogg was there, than it is now, if you want to compare it. So, and then I know Unreal kind of made him look like shit a little bit, but Road Dogg, I think, and this isn't like, he's being honest. He said it openly. No, they were looking at it like he's a money mark. Okay. That's pretty rank to say about Tone. Like, he's one of these dudes that I think Road Dogg wouldn't work well with Tone, even if he does get hired, because Road Dogg doesn't have a filter. Like, he kind of keeps it real. You guys saw it in Unreal. He's like crying, going to bat for his friends. He's like, I don't know what to do. That's my buddy, you know, like he'll say that in a creative meeting, and it's like, well, we're all buddies, you know, we're not trying to hurt your buddy. It's not personal, bud. We're trying to do fucking creative here and stuff. So with Road Dogg, the fact he'll just be like, no, we looked at him as a money mark. It's like, to even say that, bro, I just think I just don't think he's gonna like a guy like Road Dogg. I'm not saying he couldn't get a job there or whatever, but you have Road Dogg come out at a pay-per-view with Billy Gunn and they go, "You didn't know," and then he just shakes and jives, and then Billy hits a famouser, and then Road Dogg is all elite graphic, and then he works there as an agent. I totally see that happening, but this isn't him like I'm lobbying. Well, maybe it is a little bit. Maybe he felt that way and agrees with WWE, but now that he's not in WWE, he's going to mark in the money mark like any other good worker would do. I think either way, the point I'm making here is Road Dogg's going to be in fucking the dubs. And that's not even necessarily a bad thing. I say anything to shake it up creatively. But again, you're trying to shake it up creatively, but at the same time, you're working with like who's there and shit. Tone books everything last second because he's working with who's in town and stuff a lot of the time. Yeah, Road Dogg should get a job in AEW, in my opinion. He deserves the tone bucks. All the legends do, but also we know he's in those creative meetings, like really pushing and pitching shit. So that can only showing resistance to Tone and like showing him that there could be another way to do things is only a good thing for AEW. So let's get Road Dogg in AEW confirmed. You heard it here first at Pro Wrestle Times. So speaking of, gigs and what's going, well, we'll circle back to the TV stuff in a minute, but Keith Lee was discussed for an AEW return, a program a number of months ago. So far, those plans have not come to fruition. This is according to Fightful. So apparently he's been healthy for a minute, and a guy like Keith Lee, the problem is that Tone doesn't know how to book him correctly. He doesn't know how to book big guys. And also, Keith Lee, I don't think, knows how to kind of book himself. So what do you mean by that, Phil? Well, let me tell you, Phil, in my mind. Keith Lee comes out with his hair dyed gray, or maybe that was just the real color, and he's wearing a fucking cape. And just his usual gimmick, and he's just wearing a fucking cape that you find at Spirit Halloween in a Dracula costume set. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? And Vince McMahon would tell him, "You're the Bearcat. We need you ferocious, like you're a big grizzly bear. Yeah. Bark like a dog. I mean, growl like a grizzly bear. You're I know. He's like a grizzly bear, pal. I went camping one time. I saw you in the forest. Now burrow. Now catch fish and go into hibernation. Become a bear or you're going. Become a bear and a cat. You're a bear cat. You're like a big bear or like a cat, pal. I know. You're like a bear cat. Now growl at me or I'll fire you. I'll send you to hibernation. Yeah. So Keith Lee, like what Vince meant by that, I know what Vince was trying to say, but he's just like old and crazy. So Vince was like, you're the Bearcat. Yeah. And Keith Lee even said it on like a pod or on a live. He was like, yeah, he wanted me to like get fired up. He's like, that's where Bearcat came from. He wanted me to get like fired up and like snarl like an animal or whatever. And that's just it. Like Keith Lee's this big, happy-go-lucky, like fucking, but he is this big, like burly dude where Vince wanted him to be like, and when he wanted him to be like one of those big ass dudes from fucking the 80s wrestling, 90s wrestling. Like you're this big, like, yeah, and I'm gonna come. Like, Keith Lee starts cutting promos and he's like fucking Beast from X-Men. That's what people compare him to. He's all like indubitably and shit. Vince wanted him to be like, I'm going to kick your fucking ass. I'm this big giant dude. Why would I be all nice and shit? I get what Vince is trying to say, but again, Vince is like, you're like an animal. I know, a Bearcat. And then you get stuck with this shitty nickname. And the problem is that Keith Lee needs to be in the middle. He needs to be how he was booked in NXT and the way he was booked when it seemed like Vince didn't have as much of a before he was released. He kind of got booked a little better. No, like what? Because didn't he do some shit in the Rumble? He had a moment in the Rumble. Whatever. All I'm saying is you can't be wearing like Spirit Halloween Dracula capes to the ring and being like, oh, you guys know how he talks. I don't fucking know. There's, you know, an element of just whatever he was doing in WWE works. And the way he talks is all good. Him being all like, it's not Zen. That's not the word. He just speaks very like calmly and very just non-threatening. I don't know how to explain it, but it works for him though. It, you know, and the smile, he's got a great smile. He can flip around and do all the shit. It works for him. You just got to kind of book him how Triple H was booking him and it'll work. And I know AEW's like, well, have him just go have crazy matches. And they did some okay things with him in AEW. Unfortunately, he got sick. And then he like, didn't he come back for like a bit and then he got sick again or like disappeared again. And when he came back for that little bit, he's like wearing gray trunks. He has gray hair and he's wearing a fucking Dracula cape. And it's like, whoa, hold on. You know, like someone's got to remind this guy who the fuck he is. So I got a guy who looks like this and is this size on and can do what Keith Lee can do on my roster. And I get it. He's sick. You don't want to maybe like put the world title on him in case he gets fucking sick again. I don't know if that's the mentality that goes into things, but it's like you have Adam fucking Cole and Darby Allin winning world titles. You mean to tell me you got Powerhouse Hobbs, you got Bobby Lashley. I guess Hobbs is in WWE now, but you had Hobbs, you got Wardlow, you got Lashley, you got Keith Lee. And that it's like we haven't gotten to Lashley versus Keith Lee for the fucking title. Meanwhile, let's live in a make-believe land where Keith Lee and Lashley both stayed in WWE. Let's say we fast forward to this time and they've been in WWE this whole time and they never left AEW. Would Lashley and Keith Lee not be a fucking main event or not be a match that would have fucking happened in AEW or pardon me, WWE for the title or even the US title or the fucking world title? Like, come on, man. People would be going ape shit for that. Okay. So it's fucked up that Tone can just like have Keith Lee who's ready for months. You got Lashley. What is he on a break? There's no plans in the future. He's on a break since fucking pardon me, the Anarchy in the Arena or whatever the fuck. Double or Nothing. You know, it's like, let's make something happen, man. Get these guys in the mix. Get these guys involved. You know, really switch up your main event scene. Okay, you got Joe, Keith Lee, and fucking bring Wardlow back, and you got Lashley. You got a super heavyweight division right there. What the fuck are we doing? Right? We should be watching like Keith Lee versus Lashley versus Omega versus fucking whoever you're trying to build. MJF, I guess, could be in them. But I mean, with all those other guys, I don't know. Kind of small. But either way, dude, shout out Keith Lee. I hope he comes back soon. And Tony Khan, man, get your shit together. That was a long Keith Lee rant, but I felt it was necessary. So in sadder news here, AEW star Maya World mourns her brother who was killed in a Texas highway crash. And just so fucking tragic. Prayers, PWT, send your best energies to Maya World and her family right now. And so in other AEW roster news, Will Ospreay, he's fucking coping again about WWE. Okay? And the only time anybody gives a fuck about what Ospreay has to say is when he's talking about the Fed. It's like become his gimmick now, and I hate it. Like, he sits there and goes, I watch WWE, but I'm better than all the guys in WWE, and really fuck WWE, and this is the real grind, bruv. And it just sounds like straight copium all the fucking time, every single time. And like, he can lie and say, oh, I went to the mystery wrestling mystery rumble, bruv, and there was a guy dressed like Triple H and I didn't even know they were going to do. Like, shut the fuck up. You're lying. But Will Ospreay believes he's better in the ring than a lot of WWE wrestlers on his worst day. Now, Ospreay, you might be better than like a lot of the NXT guys. Even a good good chunk, even maybe on the main roster, like if I really broke down match per match. But, and bruv, this isn't like trying to be outrageous or anything. This is just for real. And this is going to be crazy what I say. Let me know in the chat if you guys agree with me here. But like, buddy, Kit Wilson is better. He does all these divey shits too, but he sells his ass off and is
Wrestling's not fake!
He's super like entertaining and can get a catchphrase that goes over other than bruv, which is like sort of a meme. You know, the bruv thing is kind of like a mocking thing people do. Like, I don't know how to explain this to people. Ospreay can like execute some moves really fucking well. He's athletic for an Englishman, bruv. You know what I mean? I'm joking, but he's well, I'm not. He is an athlete, certainly. And do I think he would be dope in WWE? I think that, and I maintain this, Ospreay and Omega could go to WWE. Like if it was WrestleMania and all of a sudden like Omega's music hits and he comes out the way Cody Rhodes did, and I think people would go nuts and pop for that. Ospreay, I don't know. I think his reaction would be lighter than people think. But would Ospreay be able to hang? Absolutely. And I think he could get pushed. I think he could be a big star. 100%. He would have to learn how to sell better and do some of this other shit better, man, that just you don't do, that Ospreay doesn't do. I'm sorry. And yes, Pac got him to sell a little bit. Ospreay sold a little bit in his match after that, and then he's just working out with Moxley, and he's just like grinding his way. It's a guy that everybody bragged about, got signed for millions, the best in the world, and he has to train with Yuta and Garcia in order, with the job squad of AEW, literally the JOB squad, in order to get good enough to beat MJF or beat fucking Omega at All In. Like, you couldn't be any worse of a booker. I'm sorry. He is the least interesting, worst booked shit since his return on the fucking show. Point blank. Look at everything Ospreay's done since his return, and it has been the worst shit on every Dynamite. And I get it. Oh, he backflipped into the fucking finish with Pac. I get it. But you motherfuckers don't get it. Compared to most people in WWE, they work they outdraw you, dude. Who? Let's start naming names. Is he better in ring, which just means doing some of the moves, than like Dominic Mysterio? Yeah, I mean, if your moveset's front flips and shit, yeah, Dom Mysterio is like not even he doesn't even feel like a natural athlete the way Ray is. You know, he just doesn't have that natural athleticism. He's a little weaselly rat, and that's why his gimmick is so good. I'm not saying none of it exists, but let's be honest. Is he as good as like, is Dom as good as Rey Mysterio though? No. Is Rey Mysterio better than Ospreay in ring? Yup, still is at this period in his career, buddy. And if you don't get why, then it's like, I'm not going to say then you don't understand wrestling like Paul Walter Hauser or whatever, but like you got to understand that so much more goes into wrestling than just the flip, bro. Like, yes, okay, you can run and flip around. So you're just admitting it. Ospreay's admitting it. In ring, bruv, I'm better than. Not at selling, which is part of in ring. No, you're not. You're worse than fucking Seth Rollins. No. But like, for real though, like all the fucking girls sell better than you. Easily. Even Jade's fucking putting work in right now. But if you're talking like just doing flips, like, okay, yeah, sure. You know what what about powerhouse spots? A bunch of the wrestlers there got you beat. Is that not in ring? Or is in ring, quote unquote, a fucking Meltzerism? And you're a fucking sicko deep down. And you've bought into this. And because Tone gave you millions of dollars, you're here like fucking, no, you know, like I'm AEW, bro. and you're coping over the fact that you never actually bet on yourself. The safe bet, I guess, was it's not even a bet. It was a zero gamble. You just go take Tone's money, do whatever you want, get whatever time you want off, work when you want. And they all know it's true. That's why they don't argue this shit. And the real betting on yourself would have been going to WWE. Oh, but it's less money. What are you, a dumbass? We're not talking about that. You know, I encourage everybody, go and take Tony Khan's money. I encourage everyone to do it. I'll do it. I'm just saying that the real bet on yourself would have been testing to become the mega big star that you can become in WWE that AEW cannot offer you. Doesn't matter how much money they give you. It doesn't mean, oh, we gave you a bunch of money, now you're a big superstar. That those two don't equate, right? So Ospreay says, I never was a WWE guy, bruv. I respect it, and I respect the guys doing it. That schedule is crazy. It's always the schedule. Well, they're on a lighter schedule now, too. And you're even saying it's crazy. Because you work once a fucking month if you want to, Ospreay, and you know that. I just didn't like it. I don't like the show. I don't like the style of wrestling. I don't like the presentation. So again, real wrestling, bruv. No, you know, WWE is more sports-based presentation, definitely. What Ospreay and these guys like Moxley are like UFC 1 and shit, where they have like foam around the cage and the door doesn't shut properly, and it's like fucking no rules, and it looks honestly shoddy and like shit. And UFC, in order to truly bring you the best fights, they had to fucking get professional and get legalized in states, and Dana White was at the helm of that, having people take it seriously as a legit sport, because that shit's goofy, having a fucking super heavyweight sumo fight a fucking kickboxer, and then in the other round you got a guy who claims he's undefeated 200-0 in the streets. Turns out it's all fake, and he wasn't even a real martial artist, and he's out there fighting a fucking black belt. Like, that's carnival shit. And so AEW's carnival shit, bruv. And that's what you don't get, is that Orange Cassidy and shit. It makes people take it not seriously. And the type of shit you do, Ospreay, you getting neck fusion and then fucking coming back like it's nothing and just doing flips and shit. If an NFL football player got a neck fusion, it wouldn't be, you know what I mean? It would be a whole big thing. It'd be this big dramatic thing in the sports world, and you just made it like it was nothing. You didn't even sell it. You didn't even come back in better shape than when you left. And that's the art of show, bro. That's the show business aspect, right? It's part of the entertainment. And you guys are okay with like the cheap carnival act stuff, and that's fine. But I don't want to hear about this real wrestling and not embracing the grind. Like, it's admittedly, you're admitting here the schedule and stuff, bruv. You're admitting that it's too much of a grind and you don't like the presentation. Well, why? Because you actually have to try? Because it's a television show that you actually have to try and put your best foot forward and all. Like, it's goofy. And it's goofy because Will Ospreay's like, man, you've seen him retweet on Twitter going, bruv, the fucking, look at the long camera cut with no cutaways of like his match with whoever. And it's like, bro, WWE started doing that, then you guys started doing that. So again, it's like, you do like the presentation, you're just fucking coping because you didn't embrace the grind, and this is more proof of it.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
So Ospreay says, the moment the bell rings, bruv, I think we're better than all of them. Honestly, on my worst day, I think I'm better than a lot of the guys in ring. In ring, promo-wise, you guys have a bunch of guys. Punk's sick, Reigns is sick, There are still things that I need to catch up on. But in ring, I generally don't think there's anyone from that side that matches any of our guys. Nathan Frazier clears your locker room. And I'm sorry. I know that sucks to hear. Okay. In ring. We're just talking in ring, right? We're not talking about like, you know, Nathan Frazier clears your whole locker room. That's the problem. And if we're talking selling and everything, as a matter of fact, MJF, bruv, clears you and the whole rest of the locker room just based off of his ability to sell. Him and Darby, this is what they did so great in their match, and everyone loved it. Greatest pay-per-view of all time. Guess what they did? And this is honestly amazing for Darby too. I give it so much credit. I rated that show a B+. My review of it wasn't scathing at all. I actually enjoyed the pay-per-view. I don't think it was all the hype everybody made Double or Nothing out to be, but that main event is really, I think, what made it a great show, if you want to call it that. And it's because they sold their fucking asses off. MJF and Darby did. And I'm sorry, bruv. I broke down on your last match. You got like face washed in the corner, and Ospreay like held his nose, and he just looked so fake. Like he wasn't really selling. It's just hold my nose until he grabs me. As soon as Buddy grabbed him, he just lets go of his nose, isn't making a face, isn't fucking nothing. And it's just like, that's not selling. It's the little things you do in between the spot. It's not just, okay, now we wait, and then that's selling. No, it's like Okada Takeshita. That's fucking selling, okay? MJF Darby. If you want to keep it in your own company, you got to do that. It's not fucking just hold my nose fake, and then when he grabs me, I let go and I just go to the next fucking thing. I don't know if this is even making any sense, but as a fan, you see that shit, and maybe it's a nitpicking, but when Ospreay says this shit, when he goes out there and goes, bruv, me fucking in-ring is the best ever. And I'm sitting here as a fan going, well, selling's part of the in-ring. Now I'm hypersensitive because he brought it up. You know? It's like if Kenny Omega's like, oh, these curls in my hair, and then I'm just going to be looking at his hair the whole fucking time because he's bringing it up in interviews and shit. All this guy brings up is, bruv, in-ring, bruv, we're better. Okay, so now I'm really watching your in-ring with a fine-tooth comb, and it's like, JD McDonough clears you, buddy. I'm sorry. Like the selling too. You're talking in ring. Let's talk in ring. Like we're talking the mid lower guys. Does El Grande not clear? Like does Gable and Ludwig not clear AEW? Right? I'm sorry. Especially right now. Like holy fuck, man. And this isn't even meant to diminish the whole locker room. I know that's what I'm doing, but it's like, let's be real. And I know there's so many guys, like I'm not like FTR and Edge and Christian sell their asses off. Fucking, I know there's tons of guys. Hurt Syndicate rule. I was just putting over MJF. I get it. Samoa Joe, I would never fucking disrespect Joey Headknocker. That's my fucking guy. It's one of my all times is Joe, right? So I'm not trying to diminish, but when we're talking like the guys let's just look at who the fuck Ospreay's training with. Marina Shafir, Garcia, and Yuta. And then you got Mox there, who like sometimes is good when he wants to be good. You know, like Mox in his last pay-per-view match against O'Reilly, he was in tremendous shape. He was the shits in that match. I don't know what it is, but like O'Reilly knows how to do that like back and forth. We're going to power up like fighting spirit trading forearm spots. And like Moxley doesn't. Watch that match back, and when they go into those spots, you're like, O'Reilly's way better at this than Mox is. Like Mox really doesn't he was way cooler as Dean Ambrose. And I think he just detests that and rejects that notion. But either way, the reason Dean Ambrose is way cooler is because his character work, his selling, his ability to tell a story and not just leaning on this like lazy fucking nooge. Guys who are 60 in New Japan do that shit where they can't even move anymore. They just get into a forearm battle. They do that because they can't do anything else. Mox, you're capable of doing other stuff, but he's just like resting on his laurels because they're all making millions and they don't have to fucking try. And that's okay, I guess. I mean, that's totally okay, but don't cope about WWE and be like, we clear those guys. Okay, so what about like Oba? You clear Oba? because he can't do a fucking backflip, and I bet he could do one if you challenged him. But like, because he doesn't do a 630 off the top rope, him being able to throw Brock Lesnar in the air like a child in ring isn't more impressive than what the fuck you do? Are you fucking sure about that? Are we even understanding wrestling the same way?
Dummy. Yeah.
You know, like, are we watching are you even really a fan, or are you just too like in the weeds of working in wrestling? So you're like, well, my match wasn't 8 minutes, it was 25, and I did this move and this move and this move. Okay, so an 8-minute TV match where, you know, Asuka and Io Sky are gonna give me a fucking better match in 8 minutes than you. They don't have to do all that shit because they're over. So what the fuck are we talking about? You know, are we watching the same shit? Are we interpreting wrestling the same fucking way? It's always been about the character. Ric Flair wouldn't have sold, Hulk Hogan wouldn't have sold, Stone Cold wouldn't have sold, The Rock wouldn't have sold. None of these people who are your goats, who are the goats, would have sold if it wasn't, you know, Undertaker dove over the top rope at WrestleMania. Okay, he could die. You think he couldn't have dove over the top rope every fucking night and ended his career 5 years earlier?
Put me out of my misery.
He absolutely could have, but Undertaker waited till Mania and then he dove over the top rope. You think Ospreay in any era clears Shawn Michaels? You know what I mean? Go back and watch Shawn Michaels selling for people too. And the way he would throw his strikes and shit. So fucking, I think he's like, well, no, I guess everybody calls him, you know, he's like one of the best of all time, if not the. And certainly in ring. And why? It's because Michaels knew how, when he was wrestling a guy 6 feet tall or 7 feet tall or 6 and below, that's different selling for different types of guys. And he knew how to sell more than anything. And he was graceful. It wasn't just, I can go and do a flip. He was graceful in the way he moved around. Okay. Shawn Michaels fucking cleared. We had Dave comparing Ospreay to Macho Man. Macho Man was like prime Ospreay or whatever he's saying. It's like, dude,
for, you know, the young superstar, you know, babyface, you know, that former heel thing. So
what the fuck are we talking about? So this guy's got to stop coping about this. Okay. So, speaking of wrestlers and their returns, Mercedes Moné, she comments on her return to AEW in the Moné Mega, and she says, I'm a back and I feel better than ever. No, hashtag no Eric Bischoff. Almost 6 months away. I've never had a break that long that wasn't due to injury, and after 16 years, it was the first time I got to truly relax and have no worries. It means no worries. But one thing I realized during that time away, I missed wrestling so much, especially that AEW. While I was gone, I saw a lot. I saw all the rumors. Oh, she's pregnant. Oh, contract issues. Oh, she's leaving. Oh, this. Oh, that. Oh, nothing. Can I enjoy my vacation in peace? Can a woman have a period and be bloated? Whoa. What? Gross. No. Why'd you throw that in there? Can I enjoy a time off without speculation and rumors? One thing I also... Did anybody hear anyone say she was pregnant or any of this stuff? I didn't see any of this floating around. I just thought it was like, she's taking time off and she's going to be back again. It's like the Punk thing. With Punk, they just make up a bunch of shit and everyone's like, oh. It's like, okay, what about Monet? I guess maybe the sickos were freaking out and saying she was pregnant and shit. Y'all are the type of people who look up the ending of a movie before finishing it. Dude, she's burying the AEW fans right now. She's literally burying fucking sickos right now, being like, y'all look up the fucking the ending to movies before the like. Okay, so you're just burying sickos? The fuck? You love not being surprised. You love not being present and fully in the moment because you're so caught up in the fantasy. But now the wait is over. So yeah, she was looking real good. I'm glad she's back. And yeah, the move is she wins that shit from Tekla at All In. And you build Tekla up as a heel up until then. And you just have Monet, or you can go with someone else, I guess. But who? Either way, she's got to fight a fucking heel at All In. And you, well, I guess she's kind of a heel. Yeah, you could run her as a fucking heel. Either way, you got to get her winning the title at All In finally after she dropped all those other ones. So speaking of dropping shit, man, the first 3 episodes of AEW Dynamite have been added to the Fox-owned app Tubi. Season 1, 12 episodes, blah, 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 doesn't matter. Available now to watch for free. And I talked about this before. If you see, Tubi has like Dark Side of the Ring, WWE, CZW, WWE Evolve, NXT. Now Dynamite's on there. So anyone can upload anything to fucking Tubi, I believe. Well, not anything, but anyone can put a show on Tubi. They do like an ad revenue split. And if it does a good enough number, then they're like, we want more of your show or some shit, I think is how it works. What I think AEW is doing is they're just putting it in as many free places as possible to promote My AEW, which is the smart thing. They get everybody over to that app, and Tone seemingly, now let's say Niccolo Piccolo never said any of the shit he said. I believe that they are taking steps to appear as though, to me, just looking into it, it looks like they're fucking going to YouTube and My AEW and fucking Tubi and stuff. That's the play. They're now doing like the ad revenue play. And if they don't get a small deal, or let's say Amazon gives them a deal for like the pay-per-views, or gives them a deal for, yeah, we'll take the replay of your Dynamites again or whatever. Like Amazon made a little deal. Let's say they do something like that. It's not like everyone's going to tune into Amazon to fucking watch every week. So I think Tone's just priming himself up for, pun intended, being on like Tubi, Roku, everywhere you can be. That's like a free thing where, like, you know, they can just, it's not like they're, oh, we landed a deal with fucking whatever. They're just on Roku. So Brendan Schaub made a fucking truck show or whatever. He put it on YouTube or on Tubi, pardon me. So I think AEW is, even if Niccolo Piccolo never said this shit, it looks like they're getting ready to roll the My AEW app out in North America. Even if they get a TV deal, I could just see them rolling it out in North America anyways. And yeah, Tone might just exist on YouTube, My AEW, and Tubi, and all of this shit. And then we don't even see the ratings because Tone doesn't like anyone to see anything. And we don't even see the fucking ratings ever again. And it's just Dave making them up. And then we're just supposed to believe that even though tonight they had 1,200 fucking people at Dynamite, 1,200 people. Okay, and it's Moxley returning to Cincinnati, the hometown fucking hero, the hometown bum who can't even draw fucking 2K people.
Sometimes in life, you gotta be a hoe.
And I get it. Oh, well, the building's only set up for 1,700. Well, why the fuck are they in Ohio? You guys want to tell me Mox is the pivotal? He's the most fucking, he was a draw, and seemingly Mox helped the ratings and shit. That's what motherfuckers try to say. He can't even draw in his home fucking town more than 1,200 people. Like, let's get fucking totally real here, dude. I think AEW's priming up to just go on Tubi, Roku. They'll pop up on Plex. They'll be on all the free shit, and then they'll be on YouTube. They'll have a stronger YouTube presence, and then they're going to roll My AEW out, and they're going to use all of these things to promote My AEW, and I think that's smart. Use old episodes of Tubi to try and get some lapsed AEW fans to go to My AEW and subscribe to it. You're going to have to make it cheaper, though. And especially with the pay-per-views on there, Tone just doesn't realize that he's behind the curve on this one, and he fucked up, I think. And for all the wrestlers who do this whole like anti-MAGA shit, which is your prerogative, again, I'm not trying to get political. I don't give a fuck what your politics are. But it's just Mick Foley, like Paramount, TKO, the Trump administration, they're all fucking cozy in bed. Tone's talking about he can't wait to go to Paramount. Mick Foley's talking about he can't be complicit. His silence is complicit. Your boss is excited to go work at Paramount. UFC Freedom 250 on the White House fucking lawn with Trump and everyone in a fucking attendance is going down this Sunday on Paramount. Are you fucking cooked? Mick Foley thinks we're all retards. He thinks that he can fucking lie to us blatantly like that and make us believe it has nothing to just do with money. It's fucking nutty, okay? What's going on over there is nutty. Now, is AEW ever going to die? No. Is the Tubi thing funny because people were AIing Tubi belts and shit? Yeah, it's kind of funny. It is kind of funny. You have to be honest. It's pretty funny. But I just to be optimistic and be like, well, here's the good in what they're doing, because I always try to lay out both sides, fence it and fill. It's smart to like have old reruns, I think, and then you try and promote my AEW on the old reruns if that's I actually don't even know if that's possible. I'm sure it is. And then you just run it on Tubi, and then you do like an ad revenue. They take a cut of the ad rev, because I'm sure enough people will watch it. Like it'll do better than like, again, Brendan Schaub's fucking truck show or whatever he put on fucking Tubi or whatever. So shout out AEW, I guess, alongside WWE there. I mean, it's only a matter of time till WWE owns that shit. Speaking of owning that shit, AEW claims that Ryan Nemeth has misrepresented, and this is courtesy of Post Wrestling, so I guess I'll do it in Thurston's voice. AEW claims that Ryan Nemeth has misrepresented and misled them through his conduct, involuntarily dismissing his lawsuit filed in February 25 against the company by agreeing to take the matter to private arbitration. AEW filed a petition on June 5th in the U.S. District Court in the Middle District of Florida to compel Nemeth to arbitrate the dispute at a JAMS administrative office nearest to Duval County, Florida, and be adjudicated under Florida law. In a separate filing on Tuesday, AEW and Tony Khan are seeking to seal confidential information related to the 3 independent contractor agreements that Nemeth signed from 21 to 23. They argue that the agreements contain sensitive, confidential, and proprietary information belonging to the petitioners, including but not limited to information related to its business practices, its internal economic structures, compensation agreements, intellectual property, rashes, nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea. So they're claiming he misrepresented and misled them through his conduct. Listen, Ryan Nemeth is a fucking goof. I'm sorry, but he's just a goofball, okay?
Let's talk about it.
So, speaking of goofballs, everyone's favorite goofball is Steamboat Tone. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a live today. He went live today, and Tone... Another Ichi Nissan dub, because Tone links up with some superstars here from Japan. Nippon. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the best guys, Tony Khan. I have like fucking 12 sounds.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Like 12 sounds that aren't in the right spot, and everything else is. Finally, but here's the best guys, Tony Khan. It's Steamboat Tone. Everybody strap in. We're setting sail on the 7 seas, the super yacht Kismet. And actually, Tone is in the cafeteria opposite the lunch lady here for this one. And he's like next to the fire exit, as you can see in the top left corner. And again, the man is a billionaire. He can't afford a fucking ring light and one of those digital or he doesn't have like a phone dedicated strictly to fucking filming with like all the specs. He can't just buy one of those $5,000 cameras with the light on the top and that fucking real crispy microphone. He can't do none of that. He just goes to where there's like lighting in a hallway. He's always showing off like art projects and stuff. So here's the best guy is Tony Khan. And again, he's next to the garbage, as you can see here, the trash, which is next to the fire escape. And It's time for Steamboat Tone, man. Let's
The
get
best
into
guys,
it.
Tony Khan.
It's great to see you.
It's great
I'm so
to see you.
excited for Wednesday Night Dynamite coming up minutes from now, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central tonight on TBS and HBO Max. It is summer blockbuster, and we have got a stacked show for you tonight. I'm so excited about
Summer blockbuster. I don't know. It was just a super mid Dynamite, man. I don't know. Summer blockbuster. It's cute. You give all these shows these names.
matches, huge fights, championship stakes, and we have Owen Hart tournament action tonight. Of course, Brody King, Big Bad Brody King, taking on Swerve Strickland in the semifinals. The winner of that match will go on to Forbidden Door to wrestle the aerial assassin Will Ospreay in the finals of the Owen Hart Foundation men's tournament. Tonight, in the Owen Hart Foundation women's tournament, we've had a match scheduled, a quarterfinal match I've been looking forward to for a long time. Due to an unforeseen injury situation, I'm going to be talking a little bit more about that. Of course, Sky Blue, her opponent, Suri, has come here and is out injured, and I'd like to bring her in now to talk more about this. Come on in, Chance.
Suri is injured, and I want to bring her in to. I'm a fucking robot. It's like Mark Zuckerberg. It's just this weird fucking billionaire vibe that I just don't understand.
Of course, one of the great champions of wrestling. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Doi Tachimashi. Thank you. Really appreciate you being here. And this is one of wrestling's great champions. She's held championships all over the world, including the IWGP
She's like, what the fuck am I doing here?
Women's Champion. Of course, Suri is one of the top wrestlers in the world, and that's why we were so excited to have her wrestling in the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. She's come here today, and we had really been excited because the doctors of Suri had said she's going to be cleared from her own personal doctor and the doctors in Japan. We got all the clearances, and we thought we were ready to go, but we do very thorough medical exams here in AEW. We take the health of
The problem is that Suri, everyone's trying to hype her up like WWE wants her and AEW gets her, and they fumbled her in WWE, and she's one of the best in the world. And then this is how Tone rolls her out. Like, Tone, no one gives a fuck. You should have never booked her in your shit anyways. Just because Forbidden Door, he's all of a sudden rolling her out. Otherwise, dude, you rolled her out in ROH. No one gives a fuck. Shout out Suri, but like no one fucking cares. Why would you even... And then why would you roll her out like this? I know, come in the trainer rooms where we can see your fucking toes. Tone, you creep. Now they're going to give her a fucking wiki feet or whatever. And, you know, like, I don't understand. Like, nobody understands why you need to stand next to the fire emergency exit and fucking do this with poor Suri. I guess maybe they just cleared her at the building.
the wrestlers very seriously. And
Or, I mean, didn't clear her. And again, man, it's just like you could have done a promo video, like a TikTok more leaning that way, like a TikTok or Instagram reel more in that direction type video, Tone. And then you could have fucking like got people hyped for just like whatever the new matches. Nobody fucking knew Suri was pulling out of shit. Sold 1,200 tickets. It's shameful you even rolled her out to 1,200 tried to roll her out to 1,200 fucking people, Tone, when you guys glaze her like you do.
the AEW doctors today have said they do not feel comfortable clearing Suri. And to have such a top star here unable to compete, it's unfortunate, but we really love her wrestling and we want her to be in AEW again and to keep coming back. I know this is hard, but is there anything you'd like to say to the fans?
So he look at his fake ass concerned face. And here's the thing, man. He brings her out and look at how he looks like he's auctioning her off or something. The way he's like, he's like Vanna White fucking, he's saying all this shit. And so you mean to tell me she doesn't understand what he's saying? And she needs a fucking translator for the Japanese now. And Tone's just sitting there like, yep, look at this.
In AEW again and to keep coming back. I know this is hard, but is there anything you'd like to say to the fans?
何か他に、まあ、ドクターのせいで、ドクターのクリアができなくて、今回出れないことはもう言ってくださったんですけど、それ以外に何か言いたいことがあれば。
She's like, what the? She's like, this is the most awkward, unserious shit ever.
はい、私はもう本当にこの AEW 女子トーナメント出場するために今日アメリカへ来たんですけども、
She came here really wanting to compete in the tournament, but
はい、医師からの許可が下りずに欠場することとなりました。AEW ファンの皆さん、楽しみにしてくださってた方に本当に申し訳ない気持ちです。
But she wasn't cleared by the doctor, so she is very sorry and she is very disappointed. But but she wants to come back very soon.
次このチャンスをいただけるとしたら、必ずここに戻ってきて、大活躍したいと思います。
If she has a chance next time, she will come back here and she's gonna grab that chance.
I love that. I definitely want you to come back. And as soon as
I love that. In fact,
doctors will clear you.
Oh
you are always welcome back in
This
AEW.
is so
Thank
funny.
you for traveling all this way. I'm sorry that you were not cleared, but I think that when you are back, we're going to do great things with you in AEW.
It'll be great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, I appreciate it. Thank you both very much. You know,
imagine you imagine your fucking tone. You're paying her so much probably to keep her away from WWE or fucking Marigold or whatever. And you know, you got this guy. I'm so sorry. Let's hug it out, right? Motherfuckers are like, dude, this guy's such a money mark. Shout out Tony. He's a good guy. Like, I'm not knocking that. That would be awesome to have like someone who's fucking side. No, I'm sorry that I fucking pay you to wrestle and you can't wrestle and I gotta still pay you.
AEW, we really appreciate you both being here. To have such a great.
And then she just walks off like it's so awkward. Dude, and then he's going to talk for fucking 3 more minutes about AEW. Why wasn't that just one video? You and her. Sari can't make it. She makes her statement. We'll see you tonight. And Dynamite. A graphic pops up of who replaces her. And then make a new video. Like you're online. He's just rushing to fit it all in. That's why he's just he does like these 6-7 minute fucking long videos. Okay?
Champion in the world of wrestling, to be here and not be cleared, it is unfortunate, but we'll try to make the best of a challenging situation. And I think Sky Blue is a great wrestler. Obviously, she's a protege of the women's world champion Tekla, her partner.
Sky Blue, no thanks, I'm full. Go.
In the Triangle of Madness, Tekla and Julia Hart of the Triangle
Sky Blue, she needed the money.
of Madness will be watching this match very closely to see who wins the Owen Hart Foundation tournament, to see who's in line as a top challenger. And there's a lot of great wrestlers here in AEW. Somebody who's been through a very challenging situation, who, frankly, I was not expecting to be here today, is Maya World. Maya World is
okay. I don't mean to laugh at all. He just brought like, you know what I mean? The Maya World situation in the fucking Sari video. That's, I don't know. I think that is way to stay classy, Tone.
Tragedy for her family, and everybody in AEW's thoughts are with her. We're all behind her.
Absolutely. And the PWT universe. Thoughts and energies with Maya World.
I'm off, and Maya World came today saying she's here and she wants to wrestle. She just wanted to be here in AEW with the locker room today. Given the situation, I think that it would be a great opportunity.
This should be promo package. I'm not saying like monetize the whatever, but then you shock everyone, Tone, and you give Maya World the win. You have her you Kofi Mania her ass, and you send her to the fucking finals then.
To have Sky Blue.
They just need to shake it up, man. They need some motion in AEW. It's really boring lately. People say WWE's boring. I don't know, man. Raw was fun. NXT's fun. AAA's fun. SmackDown, it's not all bad. Like, I like the Miz kid, Danhausen. It's the goofy stuff. You tune into SmackDown for the goofy stuff. AEW's fucking nothing's fun. Nothing's clicking right now.
This is Maya World.
Push Maya World, dude. Have her win the whole fucking thing is what he should have did.
In the quarterfinals. And again, We are very sorry to have Sari, who's such a great wrestler, to be here and not be cleared. But I am glad the AEW doctors have done a very thorough exam. And while we had gotten all the clearances, all the paperwork from her doctors, I think we're going to do the best we can to be safe. And in this case, I do think it's a great opportunity for Maya World and still a great match for Sky Blue. Two great young wrestlers who will be going one-on-one in the quarterfinals of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. There'll be so much great action on the show tonight, and it starts very soon. We have a lot of great wrestling, great action, including the Continental Championship on the line, Jon Moxley versus Shane Taylor, to have
which they've done. I'm gonna be real. They did a pretty, like, they've been doing an okay job on Collision building up to Moxley Taylor, but Tone's just such a dumbass that he does all this shit on Collision. And then and no one really watches Collision. I don't care. Oh, they saw a key demo increase. Yeah, they're having good lead-ins and shit. We all know this stupid fucking game, right? It's increased because whatever was on before, but it just fell off a fucking cliff. Like, we know this. Even the average viewership, you're taking that huge, whatever the fucking lead-in is, huge compared to what AEW does, and then the number's so low because the actual true number is like that fucking middle chunk, or the middle chunk to the tail end. And the viewership always tanks. And we know this because even when Collision's on after Dynamite, the viewership super fucking tanks. So, as Dave would say, a superstar. So, yeah, I don't even know the fucking point I'm making.
1/3 of the World Trios champions taking on Andrade El Idolo.
Sorry. They built up to the Shane Taylor stuff well, but it's like you're doing it on Collision. Then you have the payoff match between them on Dynamite, and you have 1,200 fucking people there, and Mox can't draw, and nobody knows what the fuck is going on. Nobody knows or cares about it at all. Why, dude? You gotta
have Orange's fellow conglomeration partner.
And then Orange Cassidy, OG, you bring him back. MJF loses the belt, you bring him back. I know MJF's got it back, but you bring Orange back, and the fucking ratings and attendance have been shite. Well, I don't know. I guess after Double or Nothing, they did a decent rating for AEW, but attendances have been shite. And all I'm saying, dude, Orange Cassidy, you got to get him off TV.
Mark Briscoe wrestling Pack of the Death Riders for the first time ever.
Conglomeration licks balls. The faction stinks. The people in the faction are cool, but overall, it's just boring.
On one, and then to have these great Owen Hart Foundation tournament matches. Of course, Sky Blue wrestling the alternate, the substitute coming in. Could be a great Cinderella story for Maya World potentially tonight here on Summer Blockbuster.
Cinderella, one of my favorites. I like Time Cop more, but Cinderella's cool.
Have Brody King versus Swerve Strickland in the semifinals of the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. There's so much to look forward to, and it's coming up live on TBS just minutes from right now. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Don't miss Wednesday Night Dynamite tonight.
Just brutal. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the best guy, who is Tony Khan. And that, guys, was also
the best guys, Tony Khan.
AEW news. Okay. Damn, we've been going a while today. We started going fucking quickly. Let's get into, we got one more segment on the docket that I got lined up here. Okay. And we spent some time making fun of some fucking AEW fans. The other week, we're going to make fun of WWE fans here for a little bit, and some fucking wackos, which I'm excited for. And we were going to do this on Saturday, but we set a goal with a time limit. I ended up going, I don't know, it was live like 3 hours, 45 minutes. We were one fucking super chat off. All good though, because we're going to do it anyways, but I would have just stayed extra longer. You know, we would have did a fucking longer show. Tonight, same thing. I mean, we're going a little longer, 3.5. I mean, there's really no time limit. But I'm excited for this. I've been excited for this. And there's some positives in it. There's some negatives in it. We have WWE fans being absolutely psychotic, and we have WWE fans being really cool and creative and cute and things of that nature. So, everybody, I want to head over to this folder and Philmark's bookmarks for this segment. And it is time for nobody's favorite segment. And it is called, do I call it the Wacko segment? I almost need like the reverse of the ooh-wah-ah-ah-ah for the, we need to like rip it backwards like you do on like a fucking record. Reverse it, and then that's the noise for the Wacko segment. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Sicko and Wacko segment. So this guy posted this in his t-shirt that reads, "I'm a Chris Benoit guy," and he's at a WWE event. He's neck bearded as fuck. And Chris Benoit fans posted this. "So we had a super show out where I live back in January, and I rock this. Didn't get thrown out or told to take it off, etc. I know it's doubtful, but hopefully the healing is happening, and one day we will see the man in the Hall of Fame." Holy shit. I'm a Chris Benoit guy. Holy fuck, man. Now, here's my whole thing, and I've given this stance multiple times. I fucking look back at his wrestling. I'm able to watch it and just accept the wrestling side of what it is. Again, am I like, he needs to be honored in WWE? No, not at all. Did it make sense why they would just completely erase him and shit? Absolutely. Does it make sense that now after some time they will show Benoit or bring him up and stuff? Yes, absolutely. And they should. It's like you can't erase. It's like, man, wars went down. You don't like erase the history books. You know, it's fucked up. So same thing with wrestling. Like it doesn't need to be erased. Like time, not entirely. Now we don't need to like honor and fucking like this guy Hall of Fame and Benoit, and let's do recaps of him standing there with the confetti for WrestleMania 20 and shit. You don't need to do any of that. But that being said, like, do I download Chris Benoit on 2K26? I fucking do. I download Jimmy Snuka too. All right. And he was it's the Monday Night Wars edition, you know. I knew who's gonna fight Kurt Angle in 5-star bangers in submission matches, 2 out of 3 falls. You know what I'm saying? So again, like this is nutty to where I'm a Chris Benoit guy shirt. Like, I don't know. There's something to be said. It's the same thing with the Michael Jackson thing though, dude. And I'm not saying Benoit was Michael Jackson, but he was a big star, I guess. But like I watched that Michael Jackson doc on Netflix. And again, like there's been a few of these that try to make Michael Jackson look pretty bad, and it's like, you know, it's fucking gross. Oh dude, I get super like offended and like squirmy in my chair watching the fucking Michael Jackson stuff and that Netflix doc. I don't know, it's horrible shit, man. It's like unthinkable shit to me. It just fucking, I get so cringed like out of my skin when like seeing him getting interviewed and he's holding the kid's hand and all this shit. I'm like, oh my god. And like, it's not your kid. If it's your kid, okay, but it's not your kid, dog. What are we fucking doing? It's crazy. So like, that's just crazy. Doesn't matter if your friends and his mom's cool with it or not. It's fucking crazy, bro. But like, Beat It comes on and I'm like, beat it. Like, it's fucking hard, man. It's hard as a fan. So I get it, but don't pull up to WWE shows like you're not some you're a fucking neckbeard cringe lord, you know, like nobody, you're going to make people uncomfortable. You know, if your vibes and smell don't already do that, you're going to fucking make people feel weird. Why do that? So we move along here. That got weird. We move along here, and Fadeaway Media got his account suspended, but it actually came back, so that doesn't really matter too much because he's back now. But for some reason, this guy got suspended on X, and it's like, for what? Getting flagged too many times for posting WWE shit? I could totally see that. Speaking of complete and utter fucking marks, here's John Pollock, who I grew up watching on the Fight Network in Canada. He was legit then. Now, I don't know. He just seems like a whiny little bitch. And Meltzer said what? Posted this. Look at the smug look on this loser's face. This is the happiest day of his life. He looks like he just got his first BJ under the bleachers in high school because he got to ruin a WWE storyline. You would never in a million years see them do this, to the Overlord in Jacksonville, is what Meltzer said what said. So here's Pollock making fun of Triple H with a terrible fucking impression. My impressions are much better. Okay, here at PWT.
The Paul Levesque special. Who gets in on the secret? And here is Paul Levesque. He is the all-knowing. It all comes from his brain. I felt like I was watching children at a playground where it's like, Bobby Roode, come here. I'm going to tell you a secret. This is who knows. It's, dude, I felt like I was watching like a little kid going around. It's like, I know something. I know something. And I'll do you. It's like, okay.
Isn't pro wrestling really?
That's what you fucking guys do all day. That's your job, is to go, I know something. I heard of this thing.
Like play fighting
playing
on
kids.
A playground.
Totally.
That's
Absolutely.
what pro wrestling is. So like, what do you cover this shit for?
This is adults playing kids. Yes. He gets energy off of this giant secret. We've got to tell Cody about this. We've got to tell Cody. Cody's got to know about this. Jackie Redmond, she awoke after 16 hours and took a selfie. Nikki Bella is in the background there.
You have to match like her ears, to a photo of Nikki Bella in order to really tell, I'm sure. Yeah, a lot of detectives out there. Maybe this is all calculated too.
I had 3 people that knew. And
what? So I don't get what are these guys crying about? Do I have to fucking bring out Garrison?
Retard alert! Retard alert, class!
I don't even get. Jackie Redmond posted a picture and it was Brie Bella. What the fuck who gives a fuck? Are you getting triggered by the fake show again, guys? It's kids playing, or they're doing their job, but they said we're filming a reality show, so I'm going to be mic'd up. So it's not your job to run around like a little bitch and whisper with people about rumors and news filings and lawsuits and all this shit and fucking report news and do post res. Like, that's not your job. You do the same thing. You just fucking DM people and text them. Okay? And you're not at the building. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I pulled in Jackie Redmond and said, Jackie, you know what you're doing on the plane?
What, Paul?
You're going to take the selfie with Nikki Bella. You can't tell anybody. Only Cody knows.
Oh my gosh. I get to take the selfie with Nikki to reveal?
You can't tell anybody, okay? You can't. Only 3 people in the world know. And if it was a 4th, I'd have to.
So this is what I mean. These guys are like laughing. Like John Pollock's like, I know things. Things are obvious. Oh, WWE does teases for things. Yeah, bro, WWE's been doing this, especially in the Triple H era. I guess like with Bray Wyatt with the whole White Rabbit is when we really saw like there's teasers, there's like hidden things. CM Punk's return. You could see like the fucking X and the graphics in the background. Liv Morgan's talked about how she's put Easter eggs in her merch and she's like, I hope or nobody found this or whatever. So yeah, man, but like what is it? You're going to tell them it's adults playing kids. No, it's like making it like comic books, bro, which I guess, yeah, do a lot of adults like that shit. Sure. But like you are watching wrestling too. You're not better than anybody because you're like, well, we all saw the picture, but Triple H is pretending like it's all secretive. Yeah. That show's not for you. You're a pasty, skinny fucking mark who watches the shows, all the Raws, all the SmackDowns. You're digging up the dirt. You're reporting the dirt. Okay? And that show, Unreal, is not for you. It's for, like, your girlfriend or your wife to fucking kind of be into wrestling, or, like, Netflix viewers who like reality shows and kind of like WWE, but don't want to watch every fucking week. And then so they're going to watch a reality show about fucking... The Easter eggs are for people to have fun online and fucking piece it all together. Like, oh, was that Captain America's shield in the iceberg? Are you
are
like,
a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
To kill them.
Unreal. This is the spin-off series. Uninteresting. All of Paul's secrets. That's what we do. That's what we do.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems really cringe. And again, if Pollock put a fucking white turtleneck on, he'd look like a broken condom. That's all I'll say. So we have here again people hating on WWE a little bit. AIR Gold, who's like, it's not looking good for WWE. Fox was disappointed with SmackDown ratings and canceled. NBC was disappointed with SNME and canceled. X was disappointed with Speed and canceled. Netflix and ESPN are both disappointed with WWE's numbers, realizing they overpaid. NXT will be streaming on YouTube because no one wants to air their PLEs. Aren't the PLEs on CW now? Which is hilarious. And then again, he just got fucking community noted. WWE SmackDown's Fox deal expired in 23. It moved to USA for more money. More money. Not canceled due to ratings. SNME continues on Peacock. Not canceled. Netflix reports strong Raw viewership. NXT's next PLE airs free on YouTube after Peacock deal ended. But no, it's actually on the CW as well. I'm pretty sure. Maybe this was before. Yeah, this was back in like fucking March that he got felted for that. So shout out AR Gold, the admitted grifter. So Mia Yim got pissed at someone. So this person here, Kiana James, Kiana James says, I appreciate each and every one of my fans. Please consider the fact that I truly did not see your post. Your time is valuable, and I appreciate you taking yours to wish me a happy birthday. Have a wonderful day. Right? And this person deleted, but they were like, oh, Kiana James, I sent her a birthday wish. But the fucking, like, this person responds, I appreciate and respect you reaching out to me. Usually wrestlers just blatantly ignore me like my outlet was invisible and just don't care. Because, yes, the thing is, it has become repetitive. So I apologize for being tough on you, but this constant unappreciation. So this is a fucking sick wacko who needs to log off. They think because you tweet, everyone's going to see your fucking tweet. You know how many people tweet and it comes up as show probable spam, and there's like a whole extra, and you just don't bother to look at that. You know how many people tweet where it's like spam? It's like a lot of fucking people, okay? And I think it's different for different individuals based on things. So like this person's like, oh, everyone's unappreciative of my tweets. Bro, no one sees your fucking tweets. Calm the fuck down, you wacky motherfucker. But this person, Jessica, goes, reminder that wrestlers are not obligated to interact with you. Behavior like this, fan-wise, also feels like you only want attention from them. Don't be like that. And then Mia Yim is like, the entitlement of this loser is crazy. Horrible she was bullied to even respond. She should be enjoying her birthday without any obligation. Exactly. Shout out Mia Yim for Mitchin for being like, what a fucking loser. Because and listen, that person could have like some sort of mental fucking instability or some shit. I don't fucking know. They might not be all there. So just a blanket be like they're a fucking loser. I mean, I don't know. It seems loserish. We'll see. Maybe they're like, I'm not all there, right? So here's Jade Cargill's post on IG. And speaking of fans not being all there, and I'm sure it happens to AEW wrestlers, but WWE fans, and you can say what you want. We make fun of the sickos all the time, and there's like pedo basements and fucking people chained up in basements and pedo hunter videos catching these guys. But one thing that's happened with a lot of WWE fans, a lot of WWE wrestlers, is that they've had insane fucking fans, serial killer level fans, show up at their house, show up at the PC, DM them crazy fucking shit. And I'm sure it happened. Like, I'm sure any girl who's online gets DM'd crazy shit, for sure. So here we have Jade Cargill, who posted about some crazy fan shit going on IG. So this guy, Robert Allen Adams, tweets to her, or pardon me, DMs her, you're a joke and nobody likes your stupid black ass. Go back to the cotton field, ugly bitch. Holy fuck, man. That's fucking crazy. Where's my Canadian sound? That's mental. Where's my Canadian sound here? And then she goes, I have so many more, but it's no point in showing them. Anyway, I hope they feel better because they won't stop my black ass from being successful. This guy, Aldair Rodriguez Avila, goes, Damn you, you black woman. Damn the day they brought black people like you into the country. Holy fuck, man. And then this guy goes, Hitler would have wiped your filthy fucking race. Dude, your name is Aldair Rodriguez, bro. Hitler wouldn't have liked you either.
Shut up, bitch.
Holy fuck, man. This is crazy. I didn't even read this before. So this is also from like months ago that she posted this. But he goes, I hope you lose, never come back. You down. Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. It's crazy that Jade has to read this shit. And she goes, I get the most racialist stuff. So it's so sick. It's so sick. It's wacko. Anyway, comes with it, I guess. Won't stop me, though. Good. Good. Can't let that bigoted shit bring you down. But also, you know, like Roxanne Perez was getting fucking stalked. And like, it's one thing to go, holy shit, dude, I'm at the fucking train station and Roxanne's there. I snapped a flick. I was too nervous to fucking run up and ask for a picture, but I fucking snapped a pic really quick. And it's kind of creepy, whatever. But, and she was on the phone. I didn't want to bug her, but I wanted to like show my friends, holy shit, Roxanne. That's one thing. Following motherfuckers around the, you know, that is, and like without them knowing, that's some crazy ass shit. Watch this. And this has happened to the Hardy Boys. Like filming. Okay. Now it's like, now you're in creepy territory. Go up and say hi and get a picture. If you're going to stalk, like, what are you doing? This is stalker shit. Holy fuck. Edited a compilation. Look at these sweet angles I got to. Like, what are you trying to zoom into her text conversation? And just like, okay, like, all right, let's say you saw her standing at a bus station, you grabbed like a 5-second clip. Look how long this clip goes of her. And I feel bad even showing it, of her just standing there, though. It's like, whoa. That's some fucking creepy shit, bro. So we move along here. And here's somebody who got Dominic Mysterio to write Daddy Dom on his thing. And Dom's like, you're a grown-ass man, dude.
You want me to put Daddy Dom on this? You're a grown-ass man. You want me to put Daddy Dom on? You know, I'm here for the people. Instead of sexual
That's pretty funny. But there's more stalker stuff, unfortunately. Well, actually, there was some stinky WWE fans, I guess, at this WrestleMania. And shout out the Wackos and everyone in chat. We make fun of sickos. We got to be able to make fun of WWE fans, too. So we have well over 300 watching. Shout out everybody tune in. So this is at WrestleMania, and he's like, this guy was musty next to me for 2 days straight.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk softly creeping.
So 2 nights in a row, he was sitting next to someone who was just stanky in the hot Vegas sun. This guy here, Pro Wrestling Finesse, goes, Jacob Fatu shouldn't be playing a side character to anyone. He is a lone wolf. They ruined his credibility by turning him into an enforcer again. It was like the week he fucking... It's been 1 week since he's an enforcer, and he's not even that, as we saw with the Usos. They were like, get this man. And then Jacob just kind of walked away. And it's like, buddy, calm down. This Finesse guy is some of the worst fucking takes. But yeah, they didn't ruin his credibility at all. It's just like a crazy leap. So this chick here, who is known for... I guess she like jumped in the arms of some wrestler, in the arms of the angel. She like has, you know, done some possible line crossing shit. She's a big fan. And she went up to meet Obafemi, and look at her smiling away ear to ear. And Oba's there smiling, arm around her. Okay. Like, this looks like a great time. Like, she had a great time. But she takes this picture, then goes to Twitter and goes, My first and last picture with Obafemi. Very disappointing meet and greet. By the way, guys, it's not just me. He won't do any special poses with the fans. So this chick has like jumped in fans' arms. Like, I think she like straddled Rhea once. And sure, that's Rhea's prerogative. That's her boundaries. Oba's boundaries is I don't do special poses because then I got to do it with everyone. Just smile. Now, the story came out, I guess she was trying to get him to like hold her fucking pom-poms. And this guy, Ross, goes, so the girl that took the picture with Obafemi got cooked so bad that she deactivated her account, and she did. Because people were like, fuck you. Like the entitlement, right? And so this guy goes, yeah, bro, all because he refused to hold her dusty-ass pom-poms. So again, it's like, that's his boundary. You're not entitled to shit. So Danhausen had to break character, had to break kayfabe and Instagram post this out after his wife appeared when she came out of the box. Hey, what's in the bowl, bitch? What's in the box, bitch? It was his wife and all of the dancers, right, when he debuted. And so Danhausen had to post this. There are fans calling my wife's friends stalkers for commenting on photos of us and arguing with my wife about what her ethnicity is. You don't know me. You don't know us. Stop being weird. So again, people are in his wife's comments going, she's a Mexican. I don't know what they were saying. They're speculating on her race, right? She's from Spain or some shit, you know? They're just talking about it. Her friends go in there to correct them or say, no, she's, I don't know where I don't know. I have actually no clue. But, people are like, the fucking fans are like attacking them, trying to tell them what her ethnicity is because they saw it on Wikipedia or something. It's like, fuck off. You know? It's just this line crossing of the access to celebrity now is crazy. And so it's made people entitled and line crossers. So WWE ring announcer Alicia Taylor calls out fans for weirdo behavior towards her. And Alicia Taylor had this to say: I guess this needs to be said because it's happening more frequently and I find it to be insane and creepy as fuck. First, I appreciate fans and messages of support. If you are a fan and I respond to you, this does not mean that we are now BFFs. I do not want daily voice messages from you. We are not hanging out. No, you cannot take me to dinner when I'm in town. No, we are not going to concerts together. No, I will not respond to every single message that you send. Talking to yourself at this point, it's fucking weird behavior. And yeah, there are fucking sickos, especially on Instagram, who will just DM you 1,000 times. I've had people in like my hidden messages where, like, not hidden, but you even know on like X where there's like another folder where like they're doing a better job of like all the bot thoughts and fucking the AI bot thoughts, like their messages will go in there and like fucking random accounts. I don't know how they pick and choose, but yeah, I've had people like spurging out on me. I'm like, holy fuck, remind me to never look in there. And just talking to themselves, getting angry about shit. And you're just like, about my opinions on the show. And it's like, all right. But yeah, it's fucking weirdo shit. So again, in other weirdo shit, this fan here had this to say to Hurricane, and Hurricane had to respond. And he goes, welcome to the club. There's a lot of members. So somebody was quoted as saying, LA Knight says he's always felt unappreciated in the wrestling business. And Hurricane Helm says, welcome to the club. There's a lot of members. And, you know, like some of these fans are just full-blown redacts. Sorry, I know I'm clicking around. I apologize. I just want to make sure I get the scope of this. So what the fuck was being said? I don't know. Either way, though, like people were saying to Hurricane, that's your takeaway, you fucking idiot. This is the problem, too. Like there are a lot of wackos who get overly defensive about WWE now, and that's because the sickos were so overly defensive. And I've made this analogy a billion times. I'll make it one more time. But it's like Batman Begins, where at the end, Commissioner Gordon's like, hey, like we use fucking regular rounds, they use hollow points. We start using flak jackets, they get Kevlar. You start running around in a cowl and a cape, and well, motherfuckers start painting themselves up in fucking clown makeup, and then he hands them the Joker card, you know? Now people are dressing up and being weird like you. And I think that's what's happening with WWE fans right now a little bit. I think there's a lot of like the way we'd make fun of these my account is at anti-WWE. There's like a bunch of like fuck Tony Khan accounts now and shit where it's like, okay, that's going to be the response, but it's not. Now you're just stooping to their level though, right? So it is what it is, just being honest, right? So this guy goes, aren't you a producer? Is this some subtle attempt at telling one of your talents to get comfy where he is? Like, it's always just attributing the worst motive. And Hurricane goes, and fans wonder why so many in every company hold the IWC in such a little regard. It didn't used to be like this. It doesn't have to be like this. Absolute dog shit. And it's fucking true. It's like, guys, he's saying he also felt underappreciated and underutilized in his fucking career. Hurricane Shane Helms feels that way. And he's like, there's a lot of us who feel this way in the business. That's all he's saying. It's not saying, get comfy, one of your talents. Hurricane's like, I fucking produce the matches. I'm nobody's boss. I tell the ring crew what to do. Otherwise, like, get the fuck out of my face. So Bianca Belair had to post this too. Y'all, please don't start these AI photos of my baby before he's here, when y'all think he's here, or when he gets here. Now that I'm in this situation, it's already freaking me out thinking about the things people will try to do with AI. And then some bitch dressed up like pregnant Bianca Belair in the fucking cosplay parody Royal Rumble they had at that one indie, right? So, yes, don't post your goddamn kids online. That's the one main thing you got to learn, okay? You don't post your fucking kids online. She never did that, though. People are already AIing pictures of her and Tez's baby. Like, holy fuck, man. That's psychotic. That's mental. That's sick. If you're doing that, log off, okay? This is what you do. You AI Dave Meltzer playing a golden flute. Funny. You AI like the Ninja Turtles on Monday Night Raw. We watched that on one of the member shows. That's fucking awesome. You don't AI this, AI people's kids and shit's fucked up. Grok is already fucked up from what people were doing, what people were asking it to AI. And it sucks that Bianca's got to go through this. And she's like, it's now that I'm in the situation, it's already freaking me out thinking about what things people will try to do with AI. Why don't you ask Taylor Swift? She's already had multiple people deep fake her in like porno videos and shit. There's probably a deep fake site with Bianca in there. And I'm not saying that to be fucking, I'm just saying what it is. Lock all these up, right? I've locked them up to like throw away the key. But like, buddy, AI is already out of hand, The only thing, I mean, it's not going to get any crazier though than it is now. AI stock is plummeting and shit. And it's just because like it's too expensive to make it advance more than it has. It took a giant leap when everyone invested in it over the last few years, but now it's kind of stagnant. It's not going to take writer jobs. Nobody wants AI writing their fucking slop, writing slop rather for whatever they're trying to make, unless they're trying to make slop. But AI will take over this. It will save studios and shit money to like AI explosions and shit. That's all it's going to do. And I don't know. People say AI is bad for the environment and stuff. Well, so is like blowing up 6 cars for a fucking Terminator movie, isn't it? Like you might be able to just use AI to accomplish some of the things that and I'm not entirely against that, although there are people who have lost jobs and like Disney laid off a bunch of people and that's never good. And like, I have friends who do visual effects stuff and like, that's never good. And like, you don't want them to lose gigs, but I don't know, you just got to start the freelance grind, I guess. Cause really it's like Disney's still going to use like a bunch of the people they laid off. They're still going to work with them, just not for as much money. They'll just use them less and shit. But Carmen Petrovich posted this. Recently became aware of a situation where someone online is claiming to be my cousin in order to receive discounts and special treatment. I encourage everyone to use discernment before extending favors. Things that are authentic will never be used as leverage. So there you go. people impersonating relatives and AIing relatives. So this guy posts, finally got to meet Tiffy Stratton. I've drained myself so many times to this gorgeous woman, this fucking gooner, man. Oh my God. Just a fucking sick. Oh my God. Finally got to meet Stratton. I've drained myself. Like, who even tweets this out? I've drained myself so many times to this gorgeous woman. You don't need to say that. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to know. Look at his shirt, too. He printed a shirt of him meeting Trish Stratus. Okay? And this is the type of guy who spends every fucking dime he has extra on OF models and shit. And, like, okay, are like the WWE divas and women's roster and shit, are a bunch of them hot and shit? Yes, absolutely. Like, as a fucking man, okay? Let's have the conversation. Am I fucking looking at them wrestling and is that jerk material to me? I don't know, dude. I grew up way past that. Like maybe when I was fucking 12 or something, you know? But like, bro, you got gray in your beard. Like fucking... what are you contributing to society? Jesus Christ, you know, like, and then you're tweeting this out. That is like fucking, that's assault. Lock him up too. Like, it's just fucking crazy, bro. It's nutty, you know, literally. This dude was nuttying fucking everywhere, I guess, supposedly. To Tiffy Stratton. What did Greg Giraldo say at that roast? He's like, You've caused, he said to Pamela Anderson, he's like, you've caused more seed to be spilled than Michael J. Fox at a bird feeder or something like that. Like, shout out Greg Giraldo, man. One of the fucking best and most underrated. So we're going to end on some happy stuff, okay? Because I'm happy, some happy and funny stuff. But the OG WWE Performance Center stalker blames wrestling media for destroying his life. Buddy, it looks like the meth you smoked fucking destroyed
Let's talk
your
about
life. I think stalking the PC is what destroyed your life, okay? And so he was arrested recently after dumping dead animals at the police station multiple fucking times. Lock him up. Insane asylum. Okay. This is like, yeah, I'm going to leave dead animals. It's like there's that, serial killing, and like being a pedo. Those all rate in the same, you're in like the same overlapping bubble. If this was like one of those bubble charts where you see there's all these bubbles and then there's overlap. Those are like the three that are like fucking lethal injection, no J lethal. You know what I'm saying, dude? Fucking take them to court, lock them up. The Venn diagram. That's right. The fucking Venn diagram. You guys are all, there's like an overlap there for those three. Like, holy shit, buddy. Yeah, for sure the fucking wrestling media ruined your life, though. It's not your fixation on fucking harming poor animals and leaving them at a fucking police station, just daring the fucking cops to arrest you. Crazy. So speaking of being daring, people should know not to just run up on John Cena, okay? And there's been multiple videos of him being respectful and professional, but stern with the fans. Howard Stern with the fan. No, but there's been a video of him. He's trying to have a beer with his friend and someone's pissing him. He's at a Starbucks. Someone's pissing him off. We saw the video at the Fan Fest where someone was like following him around and he's like, I'm a big fan of consent. And so here's two other John Cena clips. And so this guy writes here, this has to be one of the most awkward interactions ever. And he says, I got some advice for you. I'm famous. I'm Modine. Okay, well, here's John Cena just reacting to this guy.
Yep. I've got some advice for you.
Yes, be respectful.
I'll be
See, he tells him straight up, be respectful. Cena will slap the fuck out you, dude. And he's like, yes, be respectful with the advice.
Yep. I've got some advice for you. Yes.
Be respectful.
All right, I'll be respectful.
That's my advice for you.
My name.
Ask if you can take a video, but you're just shooting video.
No, you know
So
me.
maybe be
I'm
respectful.
famous.
I don't want to talk to you.
I'm famous. I'm Modine.
It doesn't matter who you are. You don't treat anyone with respect.
I got respect for you.
People with respect.
I got
Thank you for asking to film my video and then filming the entire time I'm in the store. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you do.
Speaker's Corner, London.
I don't care.
He even gave him too much. John, you're giving him too much. Now he's handling this perfect. But he just should have said, thank you for filming. Have a nice day. And then just take off. But he's like, he's kind of biting on the bait a little bit with the I don't care. But I like that he's just shutting down whatever bit this guy had planned. But you should have already walked away, John. Like you're still giving him. John's extending even more of his time than he needs to. And
filming the entire time I'm in the store. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you do.
Speaker's Corner,
I don't care.
London.
I don't care.
I help people.
Thank you very much for being respectful. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. And he's already pissed because I guess when John Cena came in the store, the guy's like, can I film? He's like, sure. But then the guy filmed his whole shopping trip and Cena's like, what the fuck? So again, it's just these influencers. I don't know what it is. Millennial, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, Gen whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck. But these influencers, man, their whole thing is like, it's a prank, bro. I'm going to really fucking hit you in the back of the head with this thing and then pretend I'm going to steal food from your cart and then bear mace you when you fucking approach me. They think that's like pranks. And it's just completely mental. And people have no fucking chill. And this guy does, I guess what this guy does is this gentleman who goes up to sing to John Cena, he sings to him in this clip. I guess this guy sees celebrities. He makes Instagram reels. Like he's got a lot of followers and that's what he does. And he is respectful, but he like goes up and sings to celebrities and then they go, wow, this guy's so talented. But Cena was just having none of it. Now, again, he's dealt with so many assholes and people trolling him. And like, there's many videos of Cena running into fans being like, what the fuck, and he tries to be a down to earth guy and he is, he handles himself well. He handles himself here well as well, but he just shuts this fucking bit down so hard. And you can tell this little kid is like, oh, I don't know. This guy seems like he's fucking 20 at the most. He's a kid. And you can tell he's just like, oh, okay. Like he did not mean to piss Cena off, but he does.
Isn't it just so pretty to think all along there was so
And here's the thing, dude. John goes, how about he just interrupts him? How about we start with a hello? And he's being super respectful. Here's the thing with John. I bet if this guy walked up to him first and said, dude, hello, John, I'm sorry. Are you busy? Like I'm an Instagram guy. I got 100,000 followers or whatever. And I fucking sing to celebrities and like get their reactions. Would you mind taking part in my video if you have a moment? And then you just kind of explain yourself. I bet he would have done it. I bet Cena would have done it for this kid. But it's the fact he just walks up, camera in his face, while Cena's looking down at his phone. He could be getting a message like, my cousin has cancer. So it could be anything. You don't even know what Cena's dealing with right there. And he's probably just chilling, but it's like still. And Cena just shuts this down. How about we start with a hello?
Isn't it just so pretty to think all along there was so
Nice to meet you. Would you like to sing now? Yes.
I sing to everyone. It's my job. He sounds, this kid didn't mean to fucking like offend him and he's super nervous. He's never gotten this reaction. And he goes, I'm not buying what you're selling.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not buying what you're selling. Okay, you sing to people. Get the fuck out of here. He should have just introduced himself and it probably would have went down way smoothly here. So let's get into some good stuff and then we'll get out of here. Okay, we got a few clips left here, and this is just WWE fans being really fucking extraordinarily cool. So yes, we felt it, WWE fans. I get it. They're gonna turn on me. I'm an e-drone. I'm a Wubs drone now, and all the people who get triggered about Your boy Phil calling me an e-drone because I just keep it real about AEW and shit. There you go. You know, just making fun of AEW or WWE fans and shit. But here is some WWE fans, pardon me, doing some cool shit. And bro did the Io Sky emote at his graduation. Buddy hit the Io Sky. So that's awesome. And congrats to that dude for graduating. So here, speaking of graduation, here's like a kindergartner's graduation, and he gets asked what he wants to be when he grows up.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be the Undertaker.
What do you want to be?
I want to be the Undertaker, bro. Fucking, let's go.
When you grow up.
I want to be the Undertaker.
And he fucking takes the mic too, ready to cut a promo. Shout out that little kid, man, doing the damn thing. So speaking of doing the damn thing, these guys infiltrated the old WWE's headquarters, okay? And they went in there multiple times. And it's like abandoned, and they made a couple videos. The other one is, I don't know what happened to it. It's just like gone, but here's their second video. They returned.
Living it for 6 years. Let's take it over. And we're going to take a picture.
Look at this shit. So they're looking at the schematics. They're sitting in like a theater room in the cafeteria. It's gutted of anything meaningful, I'm sure. Oh my God. They're in the weight room. They just leave all those weights behind. We'll buy more, pal. They just leave all this shit behind. That's crazy. Some posters. So they left the weights and the posters behind. Some people left some gear. There's like a gym bag with deodorant in it. Couple pictures. Yeah. For sure snipe those, but that's for sure legal what they were doing. Lock them all up. So many wackos going to prison this episode of PWT. So here was a phone that got dropped at a SmackDown. It was at a SmackDown. A phone got dropped, and look who picks it up. Have you ever done this at a concert or a wrestling show? Drop your goddamn phone somewhere, and you're like, oh, fuck. Hey, Punk, can you grab my phone for me? No, he's outraged. Their TKO's paying him half. So here's a guy on Facebook, Luke Bradley, who makes WWE titles out of Lego. Like, look at this shit. That fucking rules, man. I wonder if fucking bricks and minifigs are gonna try and steal his collection. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. The World Heavyweight title. That's so dope. The Winged Eagle. Yeah, bricks and minifigs are like, let's fucking let's sue this guy. Have you guys heard about that? That story that's going on all over the internet with bricks and minifigs, dude? It's pretty fucking crazy. So we move along here, and just to show off some more craftsmanship, here's a guy who made, and I would fucking have this. I mean, I'd use it for drinks or something, but I wouldn't have the toys in there. I'd have the fucking ring set up, and I'd use this for like, I don't know. I'd like put my remotes on it or something. This thing fucking rules, but this guy built this like a wooden ring with ropes, and it's a...
Morning, guys. Check this one out. A complete one-off.
This was made in the late 90s.
Oh, this was made in the 90s.
By a retired cabinet maker. It's a WWF wrestling ring. It's absolutely stunning. The quality is unbelievable.
Yeah, the drawers.
It really.
I just want this.
Yeah, it's got a little drawer there that you can pull out to put your little wrestlers in. You've got inlay of walnut, stained walnut or mahogany. You've got oak on there. You've got beech for the little side poles. It's absolutely beautiful. Little drawer opens up.
I would just like use that in my living room, you know?
Look. Absolutely gorgeous. So this is a complete one-off. There isn't another one of these. And my wrestler's just died. He's down. Anyway, catch you later, guys.
And the little, is this like I think that's shelf space or maybe a little pull out stool too, so you can sit and play with your guys, with your figurines. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the Wacko slash Sicko segment. And that was PWT Wednesday. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. And make sure you guys tune in to patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes for bonus content, tons of bonus content. We went long. Thanks for hanging out. Almost 4:20, 4 hours, 20 minutes. Amazing. I appreciate you all. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Over 300 watching the whole evening. And yeah, I'll see you guys Saturday. Phil S. Marks. The S is for Sicko Saturday. Memba Monday. I'm getting some dental work done on Memba Monday. So if you're a Memba, I will do Memba Monday on Sunday. Probably not Sunday. I'll do it Tuesday or just whenever I'm feeling up for it because I can't Monday. But Sunday is the Freedom UFC 250. So I don't think, unless I go on during the day or something Sunday before that event kicks off, I'll do Membas then or Tuesday or whatever. And I appreciate you guys. Take it easy. Peace and love. And I will see you all for Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week tomorrow live on YouTube or for Sicko Saturday or hopefully both. Okay? See you guys next time. Peace.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see a back card, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower of modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see a back card, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower of modern art. Triple cup.